This is a joint meeting between the Gainesville City Commission and the GCRA. We've actually got a pretty packed agenda with us tonight with 4 items, so we want to get right to work. So with that, I'll entertain a motion from the City Commission to adopt the agenda.
So moved.
Okay, a motion made by Commissioner Santos, second by Commissioner Ward to adopt our agenda. Madam Clerk, I'll go over to you for a vote.
Commissioner Sacco?
Aye.
Commissioner Johnson?
Aye.
Commissioner Ward?
Aye.
Commissioner Hayes Santos?
Aye.
Commissioner Simmons?
Aye.
Commissioner Ariola?
Aye.
And Mayor Poe.
Aye, that motion passes unanimously. Brad, you there yet?
Mr. Mayor?
Vice Chair Seawright is here, so she could take over.
No reason we can't get going. So the first item on the agenda is the GCRA annual report. And so with that, I'll turn it over to you, Ms. Vidal.
Good evening, everyone. Sarah Vidal. Trisha Lopez is actually our board liaison and is a project manager with the CRA. And she is the CRA staff member who brought this item forward. So I'm going to invite her to speak first and just kind of introduce the item when it came to our advisory board and kind of just the context of this motion. And then she will turn it over to you all for discussion.
Okay, thanks. And I see Mr. Pollitzen. Welcome, Mr. Chair. Let me recognize you so you all can get your agenda adopted as well.
Actually, I think he's going to log out and log back in. He can't hear.
Okay.
You do have Vice Chair President Stephanie Seawright on the call.
Yeah, it's this should just take a second, Commissioner. He's here. He's just trying to get on. So. There we go. Mr. Chair, can you hear us?
I can. Yay.
All right, very good. Good to see you and the rest of your board. We've adopted our agenda. If you want to do the same, we can get right to our first item.
All right. We have a motion to approve the agenda.
So moved.
Second. Staff, did you get that? It moved quick.
I have Member Grundy Gomez, and I did not catch the second.
Carrie Bush.
Carrie Bush, okay.
Thank you. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Pose same
Aye.
sign.
Aye.
Aye.
All right. Let's say we passed.
Okay, thank you. So with that, Ms. Lopez, the floor is yours.
Okay, so hello everyone, Trisha Lopez, GCRA staff. I just wanted to give a little bit of background on the purpose of our meeting tonight and how we put our annual report together. So for those who are not aware, the City Commission had requested annual reports from each of the boards and committees in an effort to just connect with the boards, find out what they saw their role as, and to get an update on what they had been working on the previous year. So we took this to the board. We let everyone know that we would compile the information for them. The City Commission, y'all had asked 5 questions. So we put that out on an online questionnaire, and I also offered to take comments by phone or email. So we took those comments, compiled them into the document that you have all seen by now. It was presented to the board at the December 20th meeting. It was on the agenda, the February 1st meeting, but it was pulled because we didn't have quorum. And then the final version was taken on February 16th when it was approved. Then on the following day, it was submitted to the clerk's office, and on February 18th, Commissioner Simmons requested a meeting just to discuss the board. But we've had joint meetings before, so this is another chance to connect with you all.
Okay.
And that's all I have.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Vidal, anything to add?
I think that pretty much covers it. You know, this was a new process for us, as Tricia mentioned. And so I think there was confusion when it came forward the first time that it was our annual report that we typically do to meet the CRA requirements, the statutory requirements. And so, you know, this is the first time that our board, well, it's a new board anyway, but we have some members that were on previous advisory boards. We hadn't done this before. So I would say that we would have liked to have had more participation and feedback as part of this. But you know, you get what you get when you're asking, you know, for people to weigh in. And so, you know, I just will look forward to the conversation. And if anyone has any questions about process or anything, I'm happy to be here and answer anything.
Okay, thank you very much. So if anybody has any questions, just click the little raise hand there, the raise hand function, and I'll get to everybody in the order that they appear. Or if there is none, we can move on. Member Grundy Gomez. Member Grundy Gomez? No, you're on mute.
So I pressed unmute so somebody else muted me. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, go ahead.
I unmuted her, so how is that working? Because I was muted and somebody else muted me.
I don't know. I don't have control over that. But you have the floor. Go ahead.
Okay, so Mr. Mayor, I wanted some clarity. What is exactly that you're asking for outside of what the annual report was? Can we get some clarity on what it is you're asking for us to comment? Because it's kind of ambiguous there a little bit.
It was just asked to be put on this agenda for discussion purposes. If there is no discussion, then we can move on. If there is discussion, we'll have it.
Okay, so I think for me, and I'll speak for me on the board, I think the comments are pretty much, they are what they are. They're there that are there. I think that there is a major disconnect between what we're supposed to do as a GCRA and process and things that other involvements and other players that have come forward that have led to levels of distrust. And it's unfortunate. And then sometimes what gives appearance that there's some players that play that want to see us go back to a divided board or not a board at all, which gives pause, gives concern. And I think when I heard Commissioner Simmons a few meetings back say that she was reading some of the comments and heard some of the comments and called for this meeting, she called for a special meeting, but yet we're a workshop. Once again, we're kind of like, okay, are we here to really have a discussion? Or are we just here to just go through the motions? So it just, for us, is there was an interlocal agreement between the county and the city because we were many different boards, and the county was ready to go forward and dissolve and get rid of the CRA as an entity, which the CRA was very successful in its own right. Nobody can deny that. The numbers are the numbers, but certain areas were more successful than others. I'm sorry, somebody said something. I thought I heard somebody say something.
No, floor.
And certain areas of the city were more successful than others. For example, we had our Fifth Avenue Pleasant Street as well as our University Park board, when it was a board, was quite successful. We can see that in the projects that were done. We can see that in the rates of return that were done, that were brought back. And then we see other areas of our city, which is what the CRA was designed to do, which was to address economic blight and urban decay. And we were seeing the rate of returns on those. And so the city had an interlocal agreement, which the county and the city, I think you, Mr. Mayor, and well as the board, was a different iteration of a board that time, had a back and forth and discussion of, well, will we have oversight? What will that look like? We have what we have now, which is a unified board, which we're going into our second year. As a unified board, we still said, hey, we want those other areas like our downtown and urban core, as well as the eastern part of our city, to be as successful and see actual tangible results. And so what we've been seeing from our partners across the street, our fellow teammates, is we had at one time, Mr. Mayor, as you very well know, we had the fairgrounds that were out there that were pulling and given to Newberry, creates more sprawl. We had the event center also taken from the eastern part of our city, going towards Celebration Point. Some would say that's not necessarily sprawl, but it is creating an economic boon to a community that doesn't have a problem with economic development, right? But when we're looking at our urban core, we're not seeing that same level of innovation and forthrightness. And so I guess for me especially, it's kind of confusing to see is what the direction the city commission, as well as sometimes the folks that are called to carry out that message of what you vote on and do. Are we only going to address things such as just affordable housing and not economic development and eliminate urban blight and decay? Because it seems like we're having a lot of smaller projects that are not even GCRA projects. And when you go down the look at the list, it's even in the backup today. We have another office that doesn't even come to us, that answers to the city manager, but they're delineating projects. All of those projects are GCA projects, but don't have a GCRA footprint, involvement, and it's another office, which is led by Mr. Bredfeld and oversaw by Mr. Mann. And that's okay, that's fine. It's not a shot at them, it is what it is. I guess for us, if we're the GCRA and we're getting a lot of money coming from county, our partners across the street, as well as our dollars and there's a lot of different pots. I guess if it's the GCRA, it should be GCRA staff and their footprint. And yeah, we could say, well, it's one big team and we all are collaborative and working together. That's not been necessarily the experience the last year. And I just want to speak truth to power and speak it as matter of factly as I can. And I think so when you're seeing some of the comments, that's just some of the consternation that has been coming forward. And so for me, when you have higher level projects, Mr. Mayor, for example, what's a high priority? And it doesn't have to be just whether it's 8th and Waldo or whatever, but those higher priority projects are being controlled by Mr. Bredfeld, Sarit Sela, but you don't see Sarah, you don't see Ms. Bowie, you don't see any of those folks involved in that. And I guess when we're asking that question and we're saying, hey, well, what does this look like? So for the last year, when we voted on a board originally, we said we wanted to see certain level of projects, Mr. Mayor. We voted on what kind of projects we wanted to look. We wanted to create a framework, a work print, and what we wanted to go forward with. And we voted on those projects. We've seen a lot of things, but we haven't seen any of those projects that we voted on in any capacity. And some of those things that we see, Mr. Mayor, we see at the last minute or $200,000 here. We never voted for a footprint and for John DeCarmine. That came at the last minute. And that's the frustrating part. And it's bad because if we say nobody here is going to be against wanting to address the homeless issue at all. I've been a homeless veteran, so I know what it is to be homeless, number one. So if you're that person that just doesn't want to disagree and you're wanting what's best for your community, specifically, I'm unapologetically saying that I am advocating for a community that feels left out and feels like it's always having to scratch and claw to have some semblance of anything. And we always talk in platitudes about things like equity and inclusion and all of these things, but the rhetoric doesn't match the actions. And that's what's frustrating. We talk about affordable housing, but that's kind of a misnomer. And that's been the things. We talk about affordable housing, yet we were supposed to have an opening of a major project. Mr. Mayor, you know about that. Hartwood was supposed to open April 1. We see it being decimated, or Lord knows what's happening with that. And I'm afraid because I try to stay up on those things. But these are the kind of boondoggles that we just see. 8th and Waldo, we've been talking about 3 years. When Miss Bowie was, before she was the chief of staff to Mr. Feldman's predecessor, we were talking about 8th and Waldo. Mr. Mayor, just so you know, there are people that have, at a high level, to include John Fleming, myself, that have paid out of pocket. We have paid out of pocket for studies to be done, hydrological, engineering, and many other things, because we want good government and we want to see projects happen. And so I guess for me, it's just, where can we have a building of bridges and a coming together in a meaningful and effective way? So we're not talking past each other, but to each other, because it just seems like when we're wanting to do projects that are meaningful and effective, that are going to, people can touch, see, and feel, other than just, well, affordable housing. Because people also want to see economic development and jobs brought and a growing of the economy. And I talked to many of my friends and neighbors in East Gainesville, the same ones that just spoke loud and clear in the most recent election. They want to see transformative projects done. And it's just frustrating. So if anybody could shed some light on that, and I know that's probably not popular, what many of you want to hear, and I've heard some people scoff already, but that's just the real truth of the matter. Mr. Mayor, as plainly as I can speak.
All right, thank you, Member Gomez. Appreciate you sharing your thoughts with us. Commissioner Simmons?
Thank you, Mayor. I was the person that asked for the annual report to be put on the agenda for today's meeting. And if I can recall, I remember saying I wanted just to make sure that we're all on the same page, that we have not met in a while. I want us to make sure that we're being transparent between the two boards. And if you look at the draft copy of the report, if you have the report in front of you, I want to ask the questions that are concerning to me on the back of the report, where it says, what else do you need the city commission to know about your board? And I have some real questions, and I'll direct those to the chair, and he can speak on it, or have whoever speak on it. But when you look at the 4 bullets in the back, Mr. Pollard, and it was very concerning to me that your board collectively, or majority, stated that they're concerned about CAPER, that it's not being accountable nor transparent with your board, and neither has the city manager. That's concerning to me. The majority of your board also stated that board members feel there's just rubber stamp, that this board is pretty much complicit and just follow the lead and not really have anything substantial to add value to certain projects. And that I just would like to have some answers to those concerning thoughts that your board members collectively, or majority, stated for this report. And I think as a commission and as elected officials and stewards of our community, and also with a sizable amount of revenue that comes through the CRA, we need to have these questions answered, and we need to have a dialogue about the concerns that this board have. I think it's very critical. I think it's extremely important. And if we do not have this in-depth conversation tonight, you're going to continue to have a pull and this person and this issue and this program of this. It's just going to continue to go down the track that is continuously going down. We up to this point I haven't seen anything concrete as it relates to 8th and Waldo. I've heard a lot of discussion about it for the past 3 years. I haven't seen anything. Maybe you all have seen something, but I haven't seen anything substantial from our staff, or from CAPER, from anybody. I just haven't seen it. And I know that we identify 8th and Waldo as a project or a place that we really, really want to do some things at this location. And as I was listening to Member Gomez, we do and have had oftentimes other programs or other needs come up, and we automatically go to the CRA in some instances, go to the board and get funding for those short-term solutions. But we have not done anything that I've seen to address some of the issues that we've been openly discussing for the past 3 years. So Mr. Pollitt, if you can address those concerns that your board members have, I would love to hear that.
Are to be called on?
Yeah, I think, I mean, I think you get the gist of what Commissioner Simmons is asking. I think first, did those comments that Commissioner Simmons referred to that were in the annual report represent the views of the entire board, or were those different comments given by individual members? And then, does the board feel that there's a lack of communication, cooperation with staff on the projects moving forward that have been identified?
Sure. So let me kind of address what I'm going to try and put this in the context that we've had over the last 2 years. And it even goes before that. If you look at the members of our GCRA, they are people who were highly involved in their individual CRA districts previously. And that was a lot of hands-on involvement. I was involved in one, Member Gomez, everybody was involved in these districts, and we had a lot of hands-on involvement. A lot of information went back and forth, even down to design elements. Things were brought back to individual groups to talk about how do these design elements affect this neighborhood, affect this area, and everyone was kept abreast. We were asked to then, those districts were dissolved, and we reconstituted as a new GCRA single district. Many members represented a larger geography than they did before. And we were tasked with sitting down and trying to discern the priorities and the principles that we were going to use to move forward with the funds that were allocated towards the GCRA for their recommendation. We spent months, this was a year ago fall, with a consultant that came in. We went to public meetings. I saw many of the members of this GCRA at those public meetings being engaged with the public and workshops, sharing information, trading back and forth, trying to discern what our community felt was the highest priority for these funds as we go forward. We published that document. It went to the commission. Everybody got hit with COVID protocol, and things were more difficult to communicate. But there were also some other changes, I think, that took place in the city. I think the city went through a division of labor, I'll call it. They took some things that the CRA group would have done in the past and said this is better managed under a capital projects group or another portion of city government. Fine. Things were divided up and managed differently. What changed with both that division of labor and our less communicative environment because of, I'm going to blame most of it on the COVID protocols, and the fact that we had new staff that weren't used to working with highly engaged CRA members in the past. We've had a handful of projects that I think most of our members would look at and say, that was important to us, that was important to us, that was important to us. Some of those have not advanced. Some have. You heard the 8th and Waldo conversation that came up a few minutes ago. We have not had, to my knowledge, I think I've been to all the meetings, a design presentation that caused for interaction, discussion. What's the scope of this project? How big should it be? What does our community say about it? How are we as a board, after we have gone through a lot of public meetings, what is our feedback on this? We have had a presentation. I think it was only one that just said, here's where we are in the status. And so my impression, and I don't want to speak for everybody, because I have plenty of people that can speak well for themselves. But my impression is that a lot of this is a highly involved group that isn't getting invited into the involvement on some critical projects that they think ought to be addressed. You heard Member Gomez talk about some other elements that show up. We're waiting for the big projects and, like you said, some funding for what maybe should have been a city project, a city budget for managing for recurring homeless support. There's probably a handful of others that have come up over the time that seem to be small and not as impactful as I think everyone on our board wants these projects to be. Across the board, I think everyone hopes that we can drive the focus of this funding and of our efforts to create a project or series of projects that have a transformative nature in our community, and especially in the east of downtown. I mean, that's an area that needs to be addressed, and certainly the transformation is important. So I'm going to kind of leave it at one last statement. I think everyone voted on the comments. I'm not positive that everyone read them as clearly or as structurally as some might have reacted to. I know I read them, but I didn't see them as being something that raised a huge red flag. But I will say this: I tend to take a fairly explanatory approach to how we got here, and I think others have been closer to some of these issues, and they may have felt different about it. So I'll leave it at that. You might want to ask some other members what their thoughts are.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. Go ahead, Commissioner.
No, go ahead, Mayor. I wanted to hear from other members.
Well, yeah, I'm happy to. Nobody has their hands up, Commissioner. So, I would like to turn to Ms. Vidal then, and get your perspective, Ms. Vidal, on what seems to be this disconnect between what the GCRA staff is working on, what is making it in front of the advisory board, and is it a disconnect between what the expectations of the board are and what the reality of where we are with some of these projects are, or is it a timing thing, or what accounts for that, the expectations from the board versus what's happening on a monthly basis with
Mayor,
what gets reported.
I wanted to speak before Ms. Vidal got on, and I think at this moment it would be appropriate for the city manager to address this and speak on, is there a disconnect? He needs to speak on where we are. He needs to speak on and address the concerns of this board. He is the city manager. He oversees this department, and I want to hear from him so we can all get some transparency. I love Sarah, but at this moment, I think we're past that point. We need to hear from the city manager, and that's who I want to hear from. And I want him to address the concerns of this board. And how do we not only address it, but how do we move forward? And that's what I want to hear. And I think that's what everybody wants to hear. Thank you,
Commissioner. Ms. Bowie, you turned your camera on. Were you wanting to talk to that issue?
I was just, yes, I don't think that's appropriate. I think that puts Sarah really in an uncomfortable position. And I say that with all due respect, but if these are issues that seem to be more related to the direction on the division of labor, I don't think that that's fair for Sarah to have to speak to that directly.
Well,
Mr. Mayor, I did have my hand
thank
raised.
you for sharing your thoughts. I'm trying to get to the heart of what the issue is here. And if the issue is the board has a certain expectation and the staff has a different expectation because of what they're being directed to do by you and other senior management, like the city manager, then let's hear that. Those are not necessarily, I would say not necessarily, those are not the commission nor the board are managers.
No, what I'm saying is that Sarah nor staff can speak to the division of labor, right? And if that is the crux of some of the feedback that we've heard about the division of labor, I'm not sure how Sarah or really me could speak to that if that's really
No,
the
and
issue.
I only Brad mentioned that from member Gomez and some of the other comments. It's not about division of labor. It's about projects either not coming before the board for discussion and consideration and feedback, or not big enough projects, or, you know, and that workflow, if it's not Ms. Vidal's oversight, if it's yours or the city manager's, fine, let's hear that. But that's what I'm hearing, and that's where I'm hearing the frustration from the board.
Mr. Mayor, if I could provide some clarity.
I'd like to hear from our management, Mr. Gomez.
I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor, is that directed at me?
Well, is the city manager on? I don't see him. And
He is,
Yep,
he's on.
Yep, no,
Oh, okay.
I'm here. I was just waiting my turn. So-
Okay, go ahead.
So let me try to address a couple of points. So we have a post October 1st, 2019. We no longer have a statutorily created CRA. We have a department of the city. And I have, and my predecessor had prior to me, is the executive director of the CRA. They were responsible to the commission, which sat as the CRA board, and there were advisory boards that provided input to the commission serving as the CRA board. And you had separate meetings, and you had basically a different role that you played. Now we have post October 1st, 2019, we have a city department that falls under the structure of the city manager. And the commission sits, as you do, as the ultimate overseer of everything in the government on there. And you have a 15-member advisory board that provides you recommendations, as many other advisory boards do, on different issues on there. There is a plan that was prepared and ultimately adopted by the City Commission last March, March of 2020, which sets forth the plan and the projects in big terms on what we're supposed to be working on. And we are following and executing. And as Chair Pollitt pointed out, you know, we did have a little bit of a pandemic that sort of interrupted some of our train of thought and proficiency in getting some of those things done. And we did have a change in some of the internal structure of the city. And I've addressed with the City Commission, and I've addressed with the board, the advisory board, what the role of CAPER is. And I'm certainly happy to do it again, but we're trying to consolidate certain types of functions so that we're not operating within silos, but we're operating as a comprehensive team. And some of that is, you know, taking some getting used to from all parties on there, and this is no exception. As it gets down to 8th and Waldo, for example, and this is the same conversation we had last week or the week before with the county commission on there. 8th and Waldo has a dividing line, okay? And it's not a project that just naturally sits within the GCRA department. It's something that transcends that, especially since half of the geographic area is outside of the CRA. And those are the deals that, you know, those are the things that I'm ultimately responsible for. And as I've told the advisory board and the commission, I've got to work on 8th and Waldo as a whole. And to do that, I can't just task Sarah and her team, because it goes beyond it. It has a wild spaces component. It has a fire department component to it. It has a parks and recreation component to it. All these things have to ultimately be managed. But the bigger thing is there, and I'll tell you for the 18 months that I've been here, there is no consensus as to what to go or should go or can go on the corner of 8th and Waldo. There are a lot of ideas, okay? And one of the things that we brought to both the advisory board and to the city commission was that we wanted to embark on an engagement process through the community cultivators program. And that's what we're doing now. So if we're serious about getting, going through the reverse consultant process and using our community cultivators to help gather ideas, that's what we need to do on there. If there's already preconceived ideas on what it should be, then I'm fine with the advisory board coming up with a recommendation saying, this is exactly what we would like to do. And then we'll take that to the city commission. And if you all agree, and you're going to hear a presentation this evening on one concept that member Grundy Gomez is passionate about, the crossplex type of complex. If the city commission says, let's move forward in that direction, staff is going to move forward in that direction. But as I heard at the last meeting that we had with the county commission, at least one member of the commission doesn't necessarily believe that. And I think we have to, make sure that we have consensus from the commission moving forward before I start having our staff just, move down a path that ultimately the community and the commission may not want to move down. And 8th and Waldo is a very tricky project in that regard. I think there was some mention about the project that we brought to the advisory board for funding downtown outreach on there. Absolutely, we brought that. The commission said that there's an issue with downtown. We know that the county wasn't participating in the downtown outreach. You asked for a proposal. We got a proposal from our partners at Grace. There came a price tag. The money has to come somewhere. We use the old money from the downtown TIF, which cannot be spent on 8th and Waldo or in the East Side CRA, former East Side CRA area. It can only be spent downtown. We thought that was a logical source. We brought it to the advisory board. They made a recommendation to the commission, and on your April 1st meeting, you all approved it. I'm not sure how, or what the expectation is from the advisory board that we shouldn't bring things. We can bring things. We only bring things that meet certain types of criteria. I'm not sure that that's fair to all the advisory board members or to the city commission. So I'm committed. I attend most GCRA advisory board meetings. I know our staff outside of the GCRA advisory board. I have members attend those meetings. Or I'm sorry, outside the GCRA department staff. I have outside CAPER staff, for example, attends the meetings, and will continue to attend because I do believe in transparency and communication. But I'm not sure if we can be all things to all people.
Okay, thank you. Let's go over to Mr. Palmer.
Thank you. I guess one of the things I'd at least like to touch on as a member of the board is, I don't necessarily, while I am 100% on board with the same mission that we've discussed, trying to work on equitable development in East Gainesville, I don't think I necessarily share the same criticisms of the organizations and the entities that have been reporting to us. I personally feel like we're spending more time, we spend more time as a board almost yelling at the entities and organizations that are coming to us to try and get things done, to tell us, to ask for approvals, to do things like that, than actually spending time making decisions. I feel like we oftentimes get caught up in this quagmire of, oh, this didn't happen, this historically hasn't happened, rather than all right, what are the action plans and clear next steps? The last CRA meeting that we had, they said, all right, we are starting a phase one. We will report to you when that phase one is done. And if anybody can get a phase one done in less than a month, I'd be really surprised. So I feel like we oftentimes haven't hit the next action items that have been proposed to us before we're already, we're now back at this meeting and we're criticizing the people who haven't brought back things to us, because I can't imagine anybody has gotten a phase one done in this amount of time. So, I don't entirely feel like these comments represent, at least just for myself, I don't feel like these comments entirely represent my opinion. When I saw it the last meeting, the giant list of everything being worked on, I really, for the first time, finally saw how much is there, how many people need to be involved, and how many people are actually taking steps to make something happen. So I don't feel like I fully resonate with those comments, and I just wanted to make that clear. I think we're finally at a point where when people can bring us decisions, if we'd get a little bit more lead time with the information or a little more clarity that, hey, this big decision is coming up. We don't need to make a decision on, say, a $400,000 road for a hotel at that same meeting. That kind of stuff, we would feel a little less surprised by it when, if we had either a little more lead time or, somebody said, hey, we're going to talk about this next meeting. Here's the proposal. That might help us with a little bit of that feeling surprised point. But I don't know. To me personally, I feel like I see a lot more people doing things, and I'd love to spend more time focusing on, all right, what are our next concrete steps? What do we need to see, and trying to be effective versus, spending time criticizing people about what has or hasn't been done and how we get there. Because I really think we are all pulling in the same direction and want to pull in the same direction. I just don't think we don't know what levers to pull, maybe. But thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Palmer. Back to you, Commissioner Simmons.
Thank you, Mayor. So Mr. Pollitt, when he was speaking and when he was explaining to me, I took from that the communication part, and Mr. Palmer just pretty much restated what Chair said. The lack of communication when you talk about the leeway time. We come to a meeting and there's something right in front of us that we have to vote on at this very moment. So there's a lack of transparency from what I'm hearing as a common thread, but only few board members spoke. The lack of transparency, not communicated. And you both talked about, Mr. Palmer just talked about concrete steps and next steps. And the chair talked about no design program, no scope, no conception. So not only is there lack of transparency, but there's nothing visual, there's nothing being presented. And that's what I'm taking from this conversation. Mr. Feldman talked about the engagement where some things are outside of the GCRA, and I totally understand that. But as the two members just stated, whatever is within the GCRA lines or boundaries, nothing substantial that I can see, or what the members of what I'm hearing is being presented to them. And the chair hit on a very, very important point. And this is something I want us to really hone in on. The people that are on this board are extremely capable, intelligent people. They are the best, some of the best in the field of work that they're currently in. They're volunteering their time. They're passionate. They've been on this board before. They already have a routine. They have a type of a sense of how things go. And so what I'm sensing is that the board members, from what I can see, feel like they're being underutilized or not being utilized as much as they should be in the role that we put them in. And so there is a slow adjustment that I'm seeing that's taken over 18 months to get to come to a jump start. And so what I want to see And what I really want us to do as we try to figure this thing out is how can we address the concerns that the chair and at least one board member just stated? The lack of transparency, the lack of communication, there's no concepts, there's no designs, they're not seeing anything, and they're feeling left out, they're feeling they're being underutilized. So what's the point of the board?
Mr. Simmons.
Mr. Gomez, I'll get to you. We have an order here. I want to recognize everybody in order.
And also, Mr. Mayor, and this is to the chair as well, he just stated the city, and this is telling, and we need to address this. The city manager stated he doesn't know what the expectation is. That's what the city manager said to the joint boards, to the CRA board and the city commission. He doesn't know what the expectation is. So I think we need to direct him and let him know what our expectation is. And we really need to have that conversation because he doesn't know. And if he doesn't know, then we're going to consistently have this conversation. He needs direction. The city commission needs to direct our city manager and his staff and tell him or show whomever what we expect from this board and from this process. And it's telling because there's no momentum, there's no movement, there's lack of transparency, there's nothing not transparent, but transparent, but there's nothing tangible that we can see that's being done because he doesn't know what the expectation is. So I think we need to address that, Mayor and Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thanks. And, I think this is part of the frustration is that while there is hard work being done, it's not tangible. You can't go out and show something new and shiny that's transformative because it takes time, and we're in year 2. We're on the 18th month. So, until funds accrue, until the commission approves a scope of projects, and we're not going to see those things. To me, it doesn't mean the work isn't happening. It means that it's not the part of the work that is clearly visible and you can show up to and sort of stomp your feet on and kick the tires and that sort of thing. So I'm not minimizing anybody's comments that have been made, but I also think it's important that we remind ourselves where we are in this process on 2 fronts. One, this is a very young organization within the city. We think about it as an old one, but it's not. That old one's gone. It's got a few little enclaves and dollars in it that can be spent on a very limited amount of things, but that's all done and gone. And what we have now is completely brand new. And we were building out this completely brand new, very aspirational city department during COVID. And that made it very, very hard to get together. I mean, without COVID, we would have had all of us in a room with easels and markers and, a creative process, community members, representing their interests and telling us what they wanted to see. And we haven't been able to do that. And we still can't do that. And so, part of this is that we've been, and I use the royal we, the commission, the board, our staff have been constricted by our health circumstances and the fledgling nature of what this is and what it's not, which is not a well-developed clearly, clearly articulated vision by us or anybody else. And I welcome us bringing some structure to that tonight. That would be fantastic. I don't think it's going to happen tonight. I think it's going to have to continue to happen as we integrate the feedback and, as the manager said, the reverse consulting concept that we've been working towards. This is really the maiden voyage of that concept in the city. And we're going to have to be, adaptable to, what that looks like and how it impacts our community as it goes forward. But we're very early in what this will be, and I hear the frustration. I think we all receive it, seriously, and want to integrate that into how we all do better. But there's a reality at the same time. Like, we wouldn't be in the same spot had these constraining factors not been with us.
Mayor.
Oh, go ahead. And then I'll.
Oh, yeah. I certainly understand and respect your comments and where you're coming from, but I have to just add something to that. We've all been devastated by COVID. We totally get that. But what I'm seeing and hearing is that, bring something forward. Come to the GCRA board meeting with something. And I understand we're trying to put this department together with I keep hearing that. But at the same token, we can chew gum and walk at the same time. You do have members of this board on the GCR board who are extremely capable of handling situations, are working well, putting things together, working as team players, in spite of what they may be feeling some frustrations and maybe feeling exactly that, frustrations. But at the same token, the willingness that the board have and the commitment and the dedication that the people that are on this board have, that's an asset. That alone should allow this board to have been making some type of progress along the lines in adjacent to COVID, just because of the people that's on the board. I mean, you have professors, you have PhD, you have extremely capable people on this board that can work with our staff, work with one another to come up with something, a concept or something. And I just don't, I can't accept the fact that the people that's on this board is being taken for granted. I can't accept that fact. And that's just how I look at it. And that's just how I'm viewing it. They're being underutilized, and they're not being, in my opinion, they're not being able to really, really, really work and put in the hard work and the things that I know and we all know they're capable of doing. And so when I look at the strength of this board, when I look at the potential and the people that's on this board, and the frustration that I see and that I read and what I hear from the members of this board, I have to ask, what's the problem? 8th and Waldo, that's just a piece of the puzzle, and that's just the piece we keep talking about. GCRA is we have other boundaries, we have other things other than 8th and Waldo. And even to that point, there's nothing being, from what I can see, there's nothing being done to address these issues. And so that's why I wanted to hear from the city manager, because ultimately it starts with him. And how can he get this wonderful board how can he get this board to a place where they're using their full potential, and let's get this thing going? How can he tie that in? How can he direct that? How can he put that together? He needs to be the director, the architect for this.
All right, thank you. Appreciate those thoughts. Mr. Mitchell?
Thank you. I'd just like to speak to just the nature of just our organization and what's happened, some of the realities in terms of, like, even when we had our separate boards and we were going to do this, my concerns have kind of been fulfilled in the sense that having a united board, there's a lot of competing interests, a lot of competing perspectives, and being able to get consensus is going to be an undertaking in and of itself, and it's fulfilling itself. But the thing I didn't see was just the governance part with the city and how convoluted that was going to become in terms of what CRA at the time was able to do independently and move quicker on things than being under the government of the city, and so we have a lot of back and forth, and I agree with Member Simmons. There's a lot of potential here. But I want to also speak to the reality concerning what the city manager says and the complexity of the 8th and Watto project. There are some questions we need to answer as a board. I mean, not as a board, but as a city, in terms of getting the groundwork done so we can move forward. That's a bottleneck, and then the thing that we can do as a board is try to come to a consensus of what should go there. Without a consensus of what should go there, we're just going to be spinning our wheels, in terms of, like, we want to see something. Now, constructive criticism is good, and we need to make it better, because this is, as Mayor Poe said, a new thing. And so we need to shape this thing and be involved and engaged in making sure we are effective. And so what we've been asking for as a board has been updates, and Eric has come into the picture and has shown us his workload. And when I saw his workload and where we fit in, it's like it's kind of a competing interest here, and they have a small staff, and so it's like he assured us that, okay, yeah, we will give you updates as we feel would be necessary. And we just kind of like got into this year talking about that and saying, okay, yeah, we'll give you updates, but we have yet to see how this is going to play out in terms of updates and what that looks like and what that feels like. And so I'm waiting to see that. So some of this is patience, but another part of this is just being effective with what we have and who we have, and making sure that we're not just wasting time here, because 10 years is not going to be that long. Before we know it, 10 years are going to be here and we're going to be like, well, what happened? And I don't want to see that happen. So that's, I think, is some of the concern of people on this board in terms of the urgency and just the energy we need to put towards coming to a consensus and the things that are underlying this work to move forward, making sure it's getting done and that we get updated on it. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Santos.
Thank you, Mayor. One of the things that I think was spoken about briefly, but not really too much in depth, is really what happened with the CRA when we were fighting for our kind of lives as a CRA. And I served on I served on CRA advisory board with many of the people here on the downtown board. And you're right, there was new projects, there was new things that are happening on a consistent basis, and that's what was happening. And there was a flow, and there was a backlog of projects, and there was this going on. And then the county wanted to get rid of the CRA, and pretty much the CRA stopped for 2 years, almost 3 years. I don't remember exactly how long it was. But that means that all of those projects, there was nothing kind of in the hopper to come forward. And I think that's what we're running into, is a lot of the expectations that I have as well, that when I was on the CRA advisory board and on the commission and the CRA board, was that new things were happening all the time, but we have this 2-year gap where everything stopped. So we're starting over to kind of start those projects and starting to move forward. So I think that's one of the things that I think we have to realize, and myself as well, that nothing happened for 2 years and we have to kind of pick up where we left off. And then COVID happened, so that made things even more delayed. On the advisory board, I think one of the things is like I don't think advisory board is running projects. I don't think that's what the commission's job is, to run projects. I think it's to give recommendations, to help set priorities, and making sure that things are that the community feedback is given. I think one of the biggest issues is I don't think there's consensus on a lot of these projects, both from the commission, I mean, on the power district to 8th and Waldo, and I don't think that's the same thing on the advisory board. And I think that's one of the things that we have to do as boards is give clear direction. I think that's where I think as a commission, we are not giving that direction, I think, as clearly as we should. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Ms. Bush.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I wasn't planning to speak. I thought that our chair kind of summed up some of the issues pretty well. I wasn't part of a previous advisory board, so I don't have that history to kind of reflect upon. But I did just want to share, briefly that in the kind of extenuating circumstances that we've all been working under in the last year, there were 3 advisory boards I was sitting on, and I dropped all of them except for this one. And the reason why is because of its potential to truly make an impact in the community. And I just wholeheartedly believe in this board and in this staff to get us to that point, to work through these issues and to make a difference in the community, because I've seen firsthand what the CRAs can do. And I feel like maybe one potential avenue is, thinking about how we build trust. And as we get back to a more of in-person environment, I think trust is an underlying factor that we need to establish, through our new processes. And, that's also to be, supplemented with, communication and, meaty projects that we can sink our teeth in. I was actually so excited to see on today's agenda a budget discussion, because I feel like this is actually going to be a weighty discussion that we can weigh in on. We can give direction, we can give opinions. And we haven't always, in every single agenda, sometimes we don't have this weighty of an item. But when I saw the budget on today's agenda, I was so excited to engage. So I just wanted to share that bit of optimism, and I'm eager to get to work with this board and the commission to do good things for our community.
Thank you. Commissioner Ward.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I will try to be relatively brief. I appreciate everyone's comments to this point. I want to reiterate a couple of things. What Commissioner Santos said is absolutely true and consistently forgotten. The CRA shut down basically for a couple of years for new projects. We didn't have new stuff being added because the item was whether or not it was going to continue and in what form. I mean, there was an existential issue going on there. And we got to what I think was a very good place with that. I like the decisions that were made, that the city and the county made together. I think it's a good thing moving forward. And then COVID happened. And as with just about everything else, everything went on the shelf. Not just for the city of Gainesville, but for everything every one of you deals with and that I deal with. That's just a reality. In the meantime, though, we finished other great projects. I want to draw your attention to South Main Street. That was kind of a big deal that took a lot of people's attention for a very long time. And it was a tremendous product, tremendous product. We are currently near the finish line on Hardwood. We are working on a couple of other projects that have come to be CRA projects that will actually help people buy homes and invest in their own neighborhoods and clear the titles to the property that they believe has been theirs. These are real things. And for any of us to scoff at any of those things makes me sad and disappointed in ourselves, not in the board, but in us for not walking those things forward and talking about it. These are lives that we're in the process of impacting for the better. Do we need to do bigger things? Yes, we do. I look at tonight's agenda and I see hundreds of millions of dollars on the table with the power district. I see real stuff. I mean, Member Bush mentioned the budget ahead of us this evening. I'd really like to get to work on issues and items that do things. And I'm hoping we can do that. It has been disappointing to me for the last year for things not to move forward. I understand why they don't move forward. I get it. But I am chomping at the bit to get this money moving. That's why I championed rebuilding the CRA district into one district. I think it's a big deal. I think the plan that former manager Lyons put together was an excellent plan, and I want to see it get to work. So let's do that. Let's focus on getting some things done, and we've got an agenda tonight that I think will do that. I did want to mention one thing. A couple of folks have referred to the previous CRA as somehow in a way that I don't think it is entirely accurate. The CRA board has always been the city commission. It's no different now than it was before. It's just it's a city department as opposed to a separate thing that had exactly the same board as it does now. The advisory boards, which there were 4 of before, now there's 1, were advisory boards then as well. And they were very useful advisory boards, and I appreciate the work that they did. The board for the CRA was and is the city commission. Thank you. I appreciate it. Let's get some work done, y'all.
Thank you, Ms. Seawright.
Yeah, I'm like Ms. Bush. I started not to comment. I just wanted to really hear what I wanted to say. I can say for me personally, I'm not as frustrated as many members. And I do have a different outlook on it based on my background of being a staff person before. I think our issue is, and I think Mr. Mitchell and Ms. Bush and everyone and Chairman Pollitt, they've all kind of hit on it. I think we're wanting to move things faster, and we really are in a position to move them right now. And I think a lot of people have seen all these great, wonderful projects, and they all were great and wonderful projects that the CRA has done in the past. But a lot of times people don't pay attention to the CRA projects until there's something that's really tangible they can see. So they don't see all the planning that went in, the 20 years that went into Depot Park. You know what I'm saying? They don't see the 5 years that went into the 13th Street Bridge, or the 12 years that went into the Aquin Jones Museum. So when people hear the CRA, their expectation is this immediate gratification or this immediate success of a project. I think now there is some work that we need to do as a board. And I agree that I think we all came from four different districts, and we all had all 4 different pet projects that we wanted to see happen. So we're one district now, and I think we're just really trying to fill out how we bring those 4 districts together to come up with this transformational project that the city is looking for from the CRA. I think we spent a lot of time thinking about what projects it should be, what should be this great project. And I think you need that time. And I think we need that time. And I think Mr. Palmer, Member Palmer, he said something that was true. We have to, as far as our board ourselves, we're going to have to come together and do better about our communication. And like Mr. Mitchell said, and Mr. Palmer, everybody's pretty much said it, we have to really start to hunker down, and we have to make a decision. And I think we haven't made a true decision on what we do. I think we all voted and said that we wanted to see something happen in East Gainesville. So we got there. But then what in East Gainesville? And then you have people who want to see this type of project, and then somebody wants to see this type of project. And we all have different backgrounds. Like, for instance, I can't tell you about a road, but Ms. Dixon can tell you about a road. And so we're all I think we're just trying to figure out how we can cohesively work together. That being said, what throws another element into it is when you have another portion of the city, and I'll just speak because we're talking about Caper. Caper comes in, and I'm not discrediting anything that Capers is doing, because I thought the project was great, but the project, it wasn't where we were talking about going specifically. So it almost seemed like, okay, we want y'all opinion, but we really want y'all to do this. That was my take on it. And so, I think what we have to do, and I think we have a lot of great things on the table. I think we've already come up with a lot of great projects. It's just, I think we need to sit down and hunker down, and we have to make a hard decision is what are we going to do? What is going to be the first project, and then move forward with it. And it's going to take time. It's not going to, a building is not going to be there tomorrow. A roadway is not going to be there. The crossplex, I can't remember, excuse me, I can't remember the name of it. But that type of project won't come overnight. But if that's the project we're going to do, I think we have to all be willing to say, okay, this is the project we want to do, and what do we need to do to get it started and get it moving? And I think that's where we are. But I think we're only we're not even 2 years old yet. So it's just we're still trying to figure out our way and figure out our fit. And I think some of those comments that were put on the annual report, there are comments. It's the way people felt. And I mean, you can't change that. It is what it is. But we can use that to figure out how we move forward better and in a better way. I think staff has been as accommodating as they can be. I think our board members are amazing. And, and I think we all would like to see something done, and we all signed up to get some work done and to see something happen from the CRA. But once again, I think we're in our anxiousness, we forget that everything the CRA does is a process. Now it's changed a little bit because it's under the it's a department now. But to me, I can't see what has really changed other than the way the structure is. But as far as the way we do the work, if someone can correct me if I'm wrong, it doesn't seem that different to me. It's just a matter of us being able to come up with what that's going to be. And we as a group need to sit down and really say that's what we're going to do. But there's a lot of things on the table. There's a lot of projects. Mr. Gomez has offered some. Ms. Dixon has offered some. But we haven't come to an agreement, in my opinion, and maybe I'm wrong, of what it's going to be. We keep pushing towards something, but we haven't actually said what it's going to be. And until we will continue to spin our wheels until we really figure out what it is we're going to do, and then we can start the process of making sure things get done. But I know a lot of people are frustrated. I do think that sometimes I agree that some of our meetings are more a disagreement fest than actual us trying to figure out what we want to get done. And we're all very polite and we're all very professional, but we're moving in a way that we'll be in the same place a year from now if we don't look at what is the source of it. And the source is that we got those growing pains going on. And I think until we start really moving more into the direction I think we're getting ready to go into with this budget and the work plan that we already put together, because we already did that. It's just we can't do the whole work plan. We can't do everything on a piece of paper. So we got to all come to agree. And I think we haven't really come to agreement on what that thing is going to be.
Thank you, Ms. Mr. Gunny Gomez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I guess for me it's painful when I hear we talk about things like equity, and I hear some of our members up here will come off to be dismissive of historical things. I heard Mr. Palmer's comments about what was historical. In order for us to move forward, we need to know where we came from. And it's not just saying where we go just to criticize people. And I appreciate Mr. Pollitt's comments, because Mr. Pollitt made some things very clear about, and as his member Dixon previously about, we had a work plan, we had a framework. And I think maybe Mr. Palmer might have forgot that. That's okay. We had a framework and things we voted on. We voted on a framework. We voted on a framework. I'm sorry, what was that, Mr. Mayor?
I didn't say anything.
We voted on a framework.
That was me. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. No, my comment. I mean, I'm.
Mr. Palmer, I'm sorry.
I
know you wanted to
I
finish
won't do
yourself.
that.
If you raise your hand, I'll come back to you, but I don't want us cross-talking or interrupting each other.
So, Mr. Mayor, we voted on framework. Matter of fact, member Dixon and member Bush were also brought up in several meetings where we initially, within our first 2 or 3 meetings, voted on several projects of what we wanted to do. That was done. We did that collaboratively. There wasn't any argument. There wasn't a discussion. And I think We might have forgotten that because it was 17 months ago that we did it. But we did that as a board. We collectively did that. We said, what are some things that we would like to see? And all of us, all 15 of us, voted on that. Well, 14 of us because member Braven is no longer with us. But we voted on that, every one of us. So that wasn't something I made up or Ms. Seawright. We did that as a group. We did that. So we can collectively work together. That doesn't mean just because somebody happens to disagree or think differently that makes them bad or it makes it bad. What it does is it's reminding us and saying, you know, this is where we set our goals and insight of where we wanted to march down. And I guess we can make COVID an excuse for everything we did, but let me harken back to something else. It was brought up a couple of times by a couple of the commissioners that the CRA just kind of just collapsed. It just disappeared. People stopped working. There was no projects going on. I don't recall that. I recall something very different. I recall the fire station getting done. That was a CRA project, and that was done within those 2 years, and it didn't stop. I recall a lot of projects being done. Ms. Vidal and everybody was still at work. The point being is, yes, we can talk and chew gum. Specifically, Commissioner Simmons, you asked a question that I want to harken back to because we always talk about equity. You said, what is the confusion? Where is it? It's not that I disagree with the manager. Of course, we can talk about, what is in the district, what's not in the district. But what matters is at the end of the day, when the rubber meets the road, either a project was brought forward or things are moving or they're not. That is what we measure something. Can we have something what we can measure it in? We might be working toward phase 1 or phase 2. It's just interesting that and I'm going to use a term, it's really rich when we're having to vote on something and we're not knowing anything about it. We're just kind of voting on it last minute. That's where the frustration is. I keep, and I've said numerous times, whether it's a person that might be on a board that has a business in downtown, I remember lots of us having frustrations at one time or another. Every member of this board or large portions of us have had frustrations. Some people may want to have revisionist history right now, but we did. We did. But the thing is, I agree with Mr. Pollitt. I agree with Member Palmer is this. How do we move forward? And you know what? I agree with Mr. Palmer in this much is that it is important that we move forward, but it's how we move forward. And I want to move forward with all of us because when I'm seeing, like when we had Mr. Mayor, I didn't mean to disrespect you like that. Mr. Mayor, we had a big project with the hotel recently that came down, and it was a very important issue for some people on our boards. And not all of us agreed on how the direction. It was a split vote. Some of us wanted to support that, and some of us didn't. That didn't make those members that disagreed bad folks. They just saw it a different way. So we're not always going to be in unison, but I think every one of us, Ms. Seawright is exactly correct. We are very talented people. And I know there's people that don't like me. I get it. That's fine. I'm fine with that. But I'm going to tell you something that is true. I am very confident in the skin I'm in, and I am very, very highly intelligent and know exactly what I'm talking about, whether it comes to me. And I've worked in civil engineering too, and in venture capital. So I many times give a lot of deference to people like Member Bush and Member Dixon and lean on them a lot because of their expertise and knowledge, including Mr. Palmer as a small business owner. So there are all things that we come to the table. But for me, Commissioner Simmons, what it comes down to is when we talk about real equity, as a Black man, as a Black member of this community, I feel like many times we're being talked about and left out and we don't matter. And I feel there's a level of dismissiveness and it's implicit bias. And I feel people talk about us and say, oh, we're going to do something, but they don't really care. And you know that we don't care? It's the actions and the dismissiveness, even in the attitudes by sometimes when they'll even talk about or around me. Because I've had people on this board call me an angry Black man. I'm not angry. There's nothing angry. And if I know Commissioner Simmons, that would have happened to you or any other member that was a person of color, there would be a problem with that. And I'm thinking that is where we got to start talking truth to power. And it's just comes to when I feel sometimes, Commissioner Simmons, I'm talking to some of your colleagues, they just don't seem to care about people that look like me very much. And you know what? That's the problem I'm having in this sphere of this city. We talk about, we care about people of color, but it's select groups of people of color. We cherry pick when we care about them because our community, which you are the commissioner of, has been left behind. And you know what? You can just ride down Waldo Road and look at it. You can ride down Hawthorne Road. You can ride down anywhere in this district. So when we want to do things in this city, in a meaningful, effective way, yes, it takes time. And I understand we may be in training, but when people want things to move, they move them, and they move them in other parts of the city, but they don't really move them in ours. That's why there's constant delays with Heartwood. That's why there's constant delays, and we're always having to fight, scratch, and claw for any semblance of equitable development in any way, or anything really equitable when it comes to Black people. And that, Commissioner Simmons, is what's tiring and frustrating. I feel like sometimes there's people that just don't care. And sometimes I get that feeling from the manager. I get that feeling that he just doesn't care about people that look like me or look like you. And that's the part that I'm getting at. And that's what's hurtful. And it's hurtful in some of the actions, it's hurtful in some of the presentations. And you know what? If that's not popular, they call me an angry Black man, but there's nothing angry about me. I haven't yelled and I haven't screamed. It's just something that they're not comfortable hearing. I'm sorry, but it's very much my reality. And when people are living poor in our community, you're right. I'm going to be unapologetically an advocate for people that look like me. And I'm sorry that hurts people that may be more privileged than me. But you know what? It is what it is. Thank you.
Commissioner Johnson.
Thanks, Mayor. I'm going to try to kind of distill what I've heard from everybody that's participated. So one, thank you, Commissioner Simmons, for bringing this up and for us having this meeting and for everybody that's given their opinions. I've listened and I appreciate everybody that's spoken up. So it's important I think what the manager needs to hear from us as a commission is that this process of how the board interacts with staff and how decisions are being brought forward and how they are communicated to and with and involved is working well. So I'll say unequivocally that it is important to me, Commissioner Gail Johnson, that whatever issues with the board that have been brought to our attention, and maybe some that even have not been brought to our attention, that whatever happens going forward, that it is working well or mostly well as we, after this meeting. So then my next point is, we recognize that it's not clearly because we're having this meeting. So where does the responsibility lie for this? And that's the question that we have to answer. Is it the city manager? Is it someone on the CRA staff? Is it Deborah? I don't know the answer to that question, but I do know what I want the outcome to be. So I think that after this meeting, there needs to be some work around how we are doing all of those things. So I'm hoping that happens after this meeting. I'm not going to put into emotion or anything. I'm just, stating my opinion here. And two, we continually use the word consensus, and I want us to be careful when we use that word consensus, because it has been my experience that we don't operate by consensus. It's majority rule. So if we are planning on truly working by consensus, then it's going to take a lot more time. It's going to take a lot more work. And it's something that the process of how we get to consensus needs to be clear with everybody. Right now, it's just majority rule, right? So, I'm most interested in, I appreciate hearing what everybody's thoughts and feedback has been, and I'm most interested in how we move forward after this point, and then assigning some type of responsibility for that process to someone. For us, it's the city manager. That's who we direct, right? And that is all I have to say. I'm looking forward to the rest of the agenda. Thank you.
Commissioner Simmons.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to echo what Commissioner Johnson stated. I feel the exact same way. I'm glad we're having this conversation. We can figure this out. We understand that there's lack of transparency, and we need to make sure, and I love her suggestion, how we pinpoint someone or designate the city manager to make sure that the communication lines are open and they're moving both ways. I want us to figure this out and move forward. We have too much work to do. We have a lot of possibilities. I'm very optimistic. This is a great board. This is the right time to get things done. So let's figure this out move forward and put in the work. So thank you everybody for voicing their opinions and their concerns. I'm glad everyone got it out the system. So let's get some work done. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Blount.
Thank you. I hope you can hear me all right.
Yeah, you're good.
I also I want to echo the others as far as we need a forward agenda and a solid picture of where we're going. We need to decide together what do we want this city to be, or at least the inner core of the city and the near hinterlands that form the consolidated district. We know that we have specific problems to face. If you've read Color of Law, you know how those problems evolved. We need to decide how this city is going to be the best we believe it can be. And we know that some specific issues are coming. For instance, in the next few years, when the University of Florida abandons a big chunk of its housing mission and closes hundreds of units of married student housing, how are we going to cope with that in the local housing market when we already have a desperate lack of units, and especially affordable units? So we need to be looking ahead with a solid commitment to meet the challenges that are coming. Imagine if the United States had known in the summer of 2018 that there was going to be a pandemic hitting in the end of 2019 and all through the following year, and not done anything to prepare. That's where we sit. We know of specific crises coming, and we need to pay attention to how we can prepare. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Santos.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I still don't, I think the commission still needs to give clear, I know we can't give it to a motion because it's a workshop, but we still need to give, I think at a future time, an actual clear motion of what are our expectations of the advisory board and what are the expectations of staff, and how the interactions work and things like that. I think we have to do that. I think we're still leaving this in a ambiguity where we have 30 people all think something different is gonna come out of it. For me, I think like all advisory boards that we have, including the PAM board, development review board, things are brought to those boards for recommendation. Like the plan board, a lot of times they come up with new things, and I want the CRA board to come up with new things too. But if sometimes the CRA board or the advisory board may have that disagreement with staff, it should still be brought to the commission. And just the recommendation from the CRA advisory board is to not move forward on it. But we do need to move things, keep things moving forward. There was a comment earlier about how like big things are put on the agenda and kind of action has to be taken at that time. That's unfortunately kind of how things unfortunately work a lot of times too. I mean, big things get put on all the agendas and stuff like that, and decisions have to be made that time. They could be delayed, and then that might be one of the things, but sometimes that means delaying things another month, which means the projects get delayed more. But I think we need to, at the next city commission meeting or sometime the commission meeting, needs to put together a clear motion of what are our expectations of the board and what are our expectations of staff. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. I'll make one last brief comment, really trying to get us focused on how we move ahead, and then we'll see if there's any public comment on this item. The commission has a strategic planning retreat coming up soon. So, Mr. Manager, I think reserving some space in that 2-day process to talk about the GCRA, I'm sure it's already there. But just sort of bridging this conversation this evening to the strategic planning process, because that ultimately is going to determine where we go. And that's something, I think that's something we can do with the GCRA board, very clearly articulating what the city commission's adopted strategic priorities are. And then that allows the board to understand where they need to focus their work. How does the work of the GCRA help support the strategic priorities of the city commission as adopted by the body. And that can serve as a clarifying document, as a motivational document. I think it will, ideally help staff to realize, where to focus their limited resources. So we'll be honing that in the next couple weeks here. I think after the commission takes action there at the following GCRA board meeting, that can be presented to the board. That allows us a more, I think, clear path forward. So I'm happy to talk with the manager about that, and Mr. Pollitt, you and I can even get together and talk about how that might look on an agenda based on city commission action, and help us move forward. Because we all of us heard everyone here. I think I know where we are, and I absolutely know where we want to be. And I don't think those two things are incredibly far apart. I think what's making them feel far is the frustration that we've all experienced. And so it's about overcoming that and moving to those, actionable steps that we all want to be a part of. So we'll work on that in the next few weeks here. Okay, Adam, do we have anybody from the public that wants to speak to the issue of the item was an annual report delivered by the CRA to the City Commission?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And good evening. We have nobody on the lines right now. The floor is yours.
Okay. Well, thank you all. I want to thank Commissioner Simmons for initializing this conversation and everybody for participating. So next up on our agenda, forgive me, I'm screen hopping here. We have the Power District next steps. This is something that I know most of, not all of you, are extremely excited about. One of those things that we really want to see move forward. So Mr. Feldman or Ms. Vidal, who's going to start us off here? I'm sorry, Chair Cornell, did you want to speak on the last item, or?
Very briefly, Mr. Mayor, if I could.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, so I just wanted to say from the county's perspective, I guess the reimagining of the CRA was not because we wanted to end the CRA. What we wanted to do is we wanted to end investments in College Park and focus them in East Gainesville. It's really that simple. And for someone to not understand that, they weren't in those meetings. And the county is very interested in understanding how the city commission directs the city manager and the staff to put those investments into East Gainesville. So much so that we try to talk about it as often as possible. So I'm very encouraged about the rest of the meeting. And I think Commissioner Ward hit it right on the head. The board of the CRA and those funds, 40 million come from the county, 30 from the city, are at the direction of the city commission. So let's get some projects done. If you want our input, we're happy to give it, but we really, really want to see projects done. And that's why I'm here. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, up next, we have our Power District update. Mr. Feldman, were you going to introduce this to begin?
Actually, I was going to let Ms. Vidal Finn run the show tonight. And
yeah, very good. I saw you on and Mike off, so didn't know if you wanted to jump in. So Ms. Vidal, I'll turn it over to you. Welcome back.
Good evening. I guess have the privilege of turning it over to Caper and Colliers tonight, who have prepared a presentation regarding the Power District, and they are the project lead on the Power District moving forward. Very good.
Thank you.
Yeah, good evening, Mr. Mayor and members of the commission and GACRA board. We wanted this evening to present you with the working draft of the what we're calling what we need for next steps analysis that Colliers has been working on, along with a staff group, inclusive of the GCRA staff, GRU staff, and other departments. And this is important to share with the commission in the sense of, and the board in sense of transparency, but also because we want to get a little bit of dialogue on next steps and kind of hear from both bodies where we should be heading. And so I'm gonna allow either Ken Krasnow or Rory Cousseau to run through the brief number of slides that we have to present. Thank you.
Thank you, Eric, and thank you, Mr. Mayor. Again, Ken Krasnow with Colliers. We are privileged and honored to be working with the city as in a real estate advisory capacity. We are here today to talk about and engage in some dialogue and some actionable items with regards to the Power District. You know, we do, as I think you've heard us say before, you know, we do work with a number of municipalities throughout, you know, the state of Florida. And while some people would be, you know, discouraged by the last, you know, hour and a half of dialogue, I'm incredibly optimistic in terms of, you know, kind of where we are sitting. You know, a city that's going through a lot of changes, as Gainesville is positive, but change is obviously difficult, and you know, COVID has made it even more difficult. And I know there's been a lot of conversation this evening about you know, the East Gainesville and a lot of the, you know, transformative work that's going to take place there, and it's slow and it's cumbersome and it potentially, you know, frustrating at times. The purpose of tonight's meeting is to talk about something that is kind of right in front of us, and in large part and in no small measure by the work that many people on this call and on this board and Sarah and her team have done, you know, in kind of bringing us to this point. So I feel a little guilty that we're gonna, you know, kind of take the baton and run here, but that's where we are. And I heard a lot of people tonight talking about, you know, concrete steps, actionable, transformative. You know, the Power District has the ability to incorporate, you know, a real, you know, transformative, catalytic conversion and development opportunity. You know, again, all of the work that, you know, that the CRA board has put into this, and it has been a couple of years, you know, since the, you know, the negotiations with the developer, you know, fell apart. So we really want today to just kind of outline some of the, you know, the gaps that have occurred, not by anybody's, you know, neglect, but by what's occurred over the last couple of years, just to make sure that we all, and again, I think GRU is hopefully on the call tonight, the board, and obviously, you know, with commission, to really engage in a conversation to make sure that when we go out to the market, you know, we go out with a clear, concise, you know, message and vision. And a lot of that work has been done, and it still holds true today. You know, this is an area that's going to attract. Somebody was talking before about economic development. This area is primed to attract all kinds of diverse, eclectic uses, residences, you know, businesses, etc. Really, you know, be that extension of the downtown, capitalize on the depot work. So again, the Power District is one of those projects that we think is here. It's ready to today. As long as we get some clarity, and that's really the essence of our brief presentation today, is to lay out the areas where we need clarity, and consensus. Somebody talked about consensus. I don't know if it's majority or not, but we really do want to make sure that over the last couple of years, there have been some changes. We get this clarity, and then we are ready to engage and really start working on like I said, a transformative development for the city of Gainesville. So my partner, Rory Casso, who I think, we've presented to a number of your board meetings before, is going to walk us through some of the areas that need, again, some clarity and some consensus between the board and GRU and commission. Not all of it will be necessarily addressed here tonight, but we do want to make sure that we lay out these issues, because as soon as we do get that clarity and that consensus, we feel we're ready to engage. The market has really accelerated. COVID, again, we've talked about this, businesses and people from all over the country and all over the world are looking for, opportunities, such as this to move their business, to move their life, to invest their capital. So we're extremely excited about this opportunity. And again, once we go through our brief presentation here tonight, we are going to stop and hopefully engage in some, obviously this is not a shy group, and we want to engage all of the intellectual capital that we've come to know over the last 6 months that we've been working with you guys. But we do want to really frame these issues so that we can really get to the market with a consistency. So with that, we're going to talk about, really, kind of 101, which is, kind of the, what's in and what's out. And so, Rory, if you want to jump in here and talk a little bit about, boundaries and so on and so forth.
Okay, thank you, Ken, Mr. Mayor, and all the members of the commission and board that's participating. Thank you for this evening. I'll jump straight into these items that Ken has teed up. So as Ken said, we're not looking to reinvent the wheel, but as new people coming into this particular exciting project, we've begun to try to understand the history, some of the places it's been, some of the direction that has been given. And through our understanding, in order for us to be able to take this to market, we wanted to get clarity on a few topics. So let me roll through what we've defined as next steps that would afford us the clarity we need to move this property to market. The first one is the boundary. So that does involve a consideration for what might be considered surplus property. Specifically, it's GRU owned. And as you see on the map in front of you here, the power district could be as small as 12 acres. It could be 15. It could be as much as 22, depending upon if all or a portion of the properties illustrated in either a darker blue or a lighter blue are included. So rather than just walking away from that statement, I'm going to give you a little clarity. Up in the upper left-hand corner, you see the GRU office. That's current GRU admin buildings. Directly to the left or to the west is the parking lot or a parking lot associated with that facility. The question is whether those two parcels would be included in the power district offering or not. In the last presentation where you had two proposers at the table negotiating, the properties were not initially included, but both were requested by both proposers for different reasons or some common reasons. The area that's directly to the south, Rosa Parks downtown station, of course, that's a transfer station. That also could be included in the power district or may be omitted. It is very clear that the Kelly power plant itself, which is shown with the words not included, is not part of the facility. But if we continue moving counterclockwise, we'll come to where it says warehouse and catalyst building. The catalyst building has not been included in the power district to date. And you may make a decision that that decision continues forward to not include the catalyst building, but the property surrounding it, which then would be a little less than 6 acres, was in the previous submittal and I assume would remain within this. That warehouse building is currently utilized by GRU in some capacity, so that building could be repurposed. I'll drop to the south where it says GRU storage yard. That 3.5 acre parcel in times past has been included primarily as a use of parking based upon its location and configuration and access. And then I'll go back to the northeast corner, which it says fleet building, wastewater collections, McCrory Community Garden. That 7 acre tract was included in the original submittal, and we assume would stay within the submittal. But regardless of which properties are included or are not included, it certainly would make a difference in our presentation to the market. So those are some decision points we're looking for from the bodies that have that authority. So that's the biggest decision that we're asking to be made, so we know what properties we are taking to market so we can communicate accordingly. I'll move on to item number 2 as a next step. There was a memorandum dated 2011. It's hard to believe, but a decade has passed. And if one reads the document, you'll see there's conversation between the city and GRU regarding, again, the most important component is what would be included and what may not be included. Of course, in a decade, a lot can change and a lot has changed. So we're asking for the content of that memorandum to be reevaluated, and maybe in order to answer number 1, it's updating the memorandum, which while at the same time of addressing the boundary that might be included in our offering, it also would address some roles and responsibilities of both the CRA board as well as the city commission in terms of the direction being given, as well as when you read the document itself, of course, you'll see a variety of things that are no longer applicable in 2021 that may have been some of the driving forces within 2011, for example, the discussion around Peoria, which is no longer part of the discussion. So an update of the memorandum with the specific focus of documenting the boundaries of the inclusion of the property. Since we have this slide up, I'll address item number 3. And the memorandum talks about fair value for the GRU property. In the real estate world, we would love some clarity around what fair value may mean. And if that differs from the appraised value, and whether the commission would give us direction to define the fair value, then we will advertise the market to establish a floor for the properties to be sold. And then appraisals, if it's based on an appraised, those appraisals were performed back in 2017, and we would look to have the appraisals updated. One thing would be extremely important and clear to be made. If fair value is going to be established on the appraised value, then we want to make sure the appraiser is informed of the expectations of the development plan and its associated goals. Absent of that, the appraiser would utilize the land use zoning designation for the property, establish a highest and best use for the property, and hence base their appraisal upon that. If an appraisal is going to establish the fair value, basing that appraisal on the expectation of uses would be highly important to communicate to the appraiser of choice. Suzanne, do you mind advancing this slide?
No, actually,
Hold on,
Mr.
let's-
Cassell, if you please pause, you've lit up the board there, so we've got a bunch of questions. I don't know if they're Mr. Cassell or Mr. Krasnow, but Commissioner Ariola, I'll start with you.
Yes.
Thank you. I just wanted to sort of give you some feedback. First, we've had the discussion on the acreage before, and correct me if I'm wrong, commissioners, I believe our direction was that we wanted it to be possible to have both, because we understand that when you're including GRU property, there's, as you mentioned, you have to define the fair value, and it adds a whole nother dimension to a proposal. But at the same time, we didn't want to preclude proposals that weren't interested in the GRU offices from submitting answers to that MOU. So would it be possible for you all to construct documents that would reflect that the board would be interested in entertaining either or.
Mr. Mayor, the answer to that is certainly.
Great, thank you. Secondly, I think updating the MOU document, I think we're really going to have to sort of rely on management to sort of guide that direction, because there have been updates in participants and roles. So those changes would need to be reflected by management. And when that comes before the commission, we can take a look at that draft and give that, either our approval or denial. But it has been many, many years since that's been fleshed out. And lastly, I'm not, I understand that fair market value is sort of what we always strive for, but at the end of the day, if we get offers that do not align with our appraisals, I am not immediately precluding entertaining those offers. I think it depends on the number and it depends on the proposal. I'm more interested in developing these properties than I am in cashing out on the properties. So that is my feeling on those matters. If you all feel differently, you can let me know. But those are my thoughts on the first 3 points. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Commissioner Simmons.
Thank you, Mayor. The 1.3 acre, is that the parking lot, the GRU office, the 1.3 acres?
Yes, ma'am, that is correct.
Okay, I just wanted to confirm that. Also, I'm not sure, did we all agree on adding the Rosa Parks downtown station into the, well, I know it could be included, but I remember I was trying to think about when we all met and discussed what would be added into the into this. I didn't know if we wanted to do the bus station, so that's something I would like to hear my fellow commissioners thought on that, adding that the Rosa Parks into that. But I like everything else, the other parcels. Again, we would have to get with GRU, with Ed and his staff, and see where he would, if he can facilitate his employees that are currently in the GRU office. That would be interested in seeing what the plan would be for that. But right now, as this stands, I'm okay with it. I agree we need to do an update on the MOU, and fair market versus appraisal. This is what I wanted to know. Are we looking at packaging these parcels or splitting them up to one buyer or developer? How would that work?
Mr. Mayor, that's a very good question. Our opinion on that particular topic is to package the power district as one proposal going to market, specifically when we take into consideration what might be the expectations of how the properties would be developed, which might be, it'll be consistent with the land use and zoning, but it may not be to the full extent. There may be a residential component, a certain affordability of residential component, whether it's a building height limitation along the eastern boundary, whether it's the preservation of the McCory Community Garden, any of these number of things that might remain within the redevelopment expectations. If we parcel it out, then the division of the properties will omit people that might want other properties. So by packaging it under a master developer, then all of the property be under the control and the expectation of the redevelopment plan goals. So we think it's best to control it in that manner. Based on the previous statement made by another commissioner, we certainly could offer the power district as 22 acres or offer it as a smaller component, say the 12, which is shown in the darker blue, that's 15 total there. So that maybe something like the GRU admin building, which would drive the price and the redevelopment options in a different direction for that particular parcel, maybe it's packaged separately. But I think overall wise, our goal is to find a master developer willing to take on the project.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Commissioner Sacco.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Well, I'm glad we got that information because it kind of changes my way of thinking about this. But I think my first question, because I just don't have the institutional memory, what would be the impact of adding the lighter blue or the GRU office building, of including it in the power district? What is the practical consequence of doing that?
I assume that might be a question that staff would answer, because you may be addressing the fact, does that displace current staff members or other facilities? I will mention, relative to the Rosa Parks downtown station, and one of the prior proposals from a couple of years ago, they were looking at a use that was above the current use. Those also prior proposals saw a benefit for the GRU building, of which, again, we've directed COVID with some benefits and causes. Well, COVID may have changed the office market. That may not make the GRU admin building as critical or as important as it was 2 or 3 years ago. So the ability to include it or not include it may make sense, but I think your staff probably can give you better direction regarding the practical implications of displacing some of these existing uses.
Okay. Is anyone from staff able to give a practical consequences answer?
Well, I'm on.
Oh, you on the call. Oh, you're Ed. Okay.
Yeah. Hey. Yeah. If actually a couple of years ago, we actually entertained the idea when we were looking. I think it was at the 2020-19 budget. We went through an analysis of what would happen if we sold off the building, and yeah, I think it would require an update of how we would transition people out to the East Side Operations Center. You know, that was built with the idea that, you know, we can house people out there. So there would be a transition to move those folks out to that center. I think there was some discussion that we'd still have to retain some of the basement space for some of the communication equipment, or at least transition that over time. So there's ways that it can be facilitated.
Okay, thank you, sir. My second question is really the one that was impacted by the concept of selling it off as one master development. If we, as a commission, come up with a set of priorities of what we would like to see develop there, but you know, the price isn't fair market or quite what it was assessed at, do we then move forward with that development proposal because it's what we would like to see there ideally? And I guess my concern is, how do we not have the price undercut by people who say, yeah, I'll throw in a couple of the things that were priority for you, but I'm then going to offer a lower price because I know the commission wants these things included in development. Is there any mechanism or way to counter that possibility?
Mr. Mayor, the appraiser and the appraisal will establish value if they are given the parameters by which the property would be redeveloped under the guidelines of goals and objectives. So that would certainly be a guideline to inform us as well as the commission as to what the expected fair market value would be. But within real estate, it is not a science, but somewhat of an art. So consequently, there will be negotiations. And as your real estate advisors and as your staff, we will participate in the negotiations with interested parties. And of course, at the appropriate time, the commission will have the input and say into that. So I think you have a number of checks and balances within the system that the city's not going to get taken for something that they are not willing to depart.
I guess my last comment is more of a, I I think I would rather see the dark blue and the light blue sold as separate pieces, as two separate parts, not individual lots of each facility. Only because I am still on the fence about GRU because of practical applications. While I would love to move the administration building out east, because if you move a large workforce somewhere, it does bring with it development and spending power. If people have to go there constantly for a 9 to 5 or an 8 to 6, I think is GRU's office hours. I can see that bringing a lot of development to wherever we put it, but I am not 100% sure yet about the practicalities of it, and how long that would take. So my preference would be light blue as one consideration and dark blue as a second master consideration, as you suggested. But I would prefer to have the two split at the moment. So with that, I conclude, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Mr. Ward.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Briefly, I'll go through the parts of the map as with my thoughts. I would like to maintain a presence at the GRU building, but that doesn't mean that we have to own it. We could lease back some portion of it. I do think it's important to have a GRU presence downtown. It doesn't need to be that whole building, I don't think. We have property we already own and a facility that we already own and have lit up on North Main, and that probably makes sense, but I wouldn't, certainly tonight is not the right time to decide where, or to ask Mr. Bilarski to decide where people might relocate their jobs, because at this point we're nowhere near that. But again, I would like to maintain a presence in that building for GRU, but not necessarily as the sole entity. I have no problem with making that 1.3 acre parking area and the things adjacent to it part of the package. I have no problem with the Catalyst building being part of the package. The Rosa Parks transfer station, if we can do that and still maintain it as a bus station, then yes, I would like to do that. But if we build above it, that's great. If I don't want to turn that property entirely over to someone else, but it could be part of a creative solution there. I do want to maintain the Ricori Garden, the community garden there. I think it's important that continue to be a part of what exists. And I want, this is not a deal breaker, but I would really like us to, like anything we do, to include daylighting of the creek. I think that's a big deal. I want to see that creek. I would like to see a chain of parks, essentially, up from Depot Park to Tom Petty Park, inclusive. And that, I realize that's not entirely possible, but as much as possible, I would like that to be a linear facility that could join several neighborhoods together. I think that's a big deal for the future of our city. Those are all the notes I have on this, except to say that I given our previous experience, I'm dubious that we'll get one buyer who will do all the things that we want and take it all the way through. I would like us to consider doing it piece by piece as the right buyers exist and make themselves known. But I would not let that stand in the way of someone making an offer on the larger project. Thank you. I appreciate what we've put together so far.
Thank you, Commissioner Johnson.
Thanks, Mayor. So I am a little bit confused. So please help me out here. Are we deciding right now that we're going to sell these properties? So can someone could explain when you say bring it to market, what do we mean by that?
Mr. Mayor, what we mean by that, something very similar to possibly what we did for Lot 10 by putting an offering memorandum where we place this on the open market through e-blasts, through public platforms for real estate, through direct communication, conversations, all the avenues by placing the property on the market for sale. So since this is publicly owned and managed by the city, consequently, we will do it as a offering memorandum, which allows for call for offers to be submitted on a specified date following a specified process and an inclusion of information by which to quantify and qualify the proposers. Those proposals then would get evaluated, presented to management, and eventually presented to the City Commission for a decision. That decision then would probably be to move forward with negotiations with a ranking of the proposers, and we would move to negotiations to negotiate a contract that would eventually lead to a sale of the property. So while we're not necessarily looking for direction today to sell the property, we're looking for direction today that would inform us so we could place the property on market to receive proposals.
Okay.
And
is that the understanding that everyone else on the commission had about this, that we are going to be selling these properties? I see the head nod, Harvey. Thank you for that. I'm going to try to see everybody else. Wow, I'm the only one. I don't know how I missed that. For some reason, I thought that we were going to work in partnership with a potential developer to bring something to market, not necessarily be disposing of the properties. So I'm going to have to wrap my head around that for a moment.
And I understand, Commissioner, I do think, on the next slide or two, when Rory talks about bringing the properties to market, it's tied to a commission CRA board vision in terms of what, you want to see a developer, do here, whether it's, again, workforce housing or economic development or open space, or so. We have the vision that, again, your board worked very tirelessly and diligently to put together, most of which is still applicable: daylighting of the creek and parks and so on and so forth. That is, you'll see on one of our next slides, really making sure that vision still holds, so that the market understands exactly what you as a commission and as a board are looking for somebody to do here.
Thank you for that.
That's maybe a good transition to that next slide. But
Mr. Mayor, if we're ready to move forward, we will. Otherwise, we'll continue to answer questions.
We are not. We're about halfway through the hands right now. Mr. Johnson, do you conclude? Mr. Johnson, did you conclude?
Yeah.
Okay. Mr. Nielsen?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just have a point of information that I will make sure that we have good communication on. There's a number of folks in the community, some principals from the Matheson Center, some members of the Duck Pond community, that are really looking hard at Sweetwater Park and seeing to revitalize it. And part of their vision has included seeing it extended as a greenway north and south along the creek. And I think it's very important that south along the creek all the way to Depot Park. I think it's important that we make sure that the city and the consultants hear these people and what their particular vision is. I believe they've already been in contact with the city, but I just want to make sure that link is there so we can keep them in communication with the vision for the power district.
Thank you, Mr. Nielsen. Mr. Palmer?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I guess, from my opinion, I got to be involved in this and see some of the early phases of not early phases of the power district, but early phases and some interactions with some of the previous developers, and had a lot of conversations with both sides of it. In my opinion, I think the GRU office, outside of the logistical hurdles, seems like that's something that needs to be part of this project to kind of help justify it. Same thing with a substantial residential component. The office portion and the residential component are going to be the big things that are the revenue drivers. My biggest concern around this project is wanting to see things that are a bit more unique and a bit more Gainesville. If we're selling it off as one giant swath of property without a real plan to figure out how we're going to include some of the things that are not necessarily highest and best use, because there's a lot of space there and a lot of options. If we don't have a plan to try and build, say, ownership for some of the small businesses around here, I think we're going to miss out on having anything that is really unique or really represents Gainesville and is just sort of another iteration of something from somewhere else. So I guess in this, I'd love to see some way, either I don't know if selling it off in pieces makes sense, because I understand the continuity of having a whole master plan and master development, but if there is a master plan and master development, personally, I think it would be really important for there to be pathways for ownership for especially some of the smaller pieces. I know there were a bunch of there was an organization, about 15 different businesses that were looking at trying to be involved in here through one of the previous iterations, and being able to try and own some of their property, or having some sort of a pathway to ownership and or accessible rent in these properties is huge. The $40 a square foot that's being advertised right on Main Street, that sort of stuff is not really accessible for most of the really interesting types of businesses. Those kind of rental rates are great for the people who own the property, but it really just limits having anything unique develop here. So I'd love to see a component that factors in trying to make commercial rent more affordable for people. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Palmer. Commissioner Azan.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just to Commissioner Johnson's on the selling the property. For me, it's selling it with conditions. I mean, I want affordable housing, I want some workforce housing, hitting it, want daylighting of the creek. So I think it's more of we sell it, but with conditions, and there's clawbacks if they don't do it, and really a development agreement. So they are saying that they will do this if we sell them the property. I think that's important for me. As for the areas, I'm good with including all of it. I think we do need to include the light blue areas, both because I think last time there was a demand for it, but also because those light blue areas connect it with the rest of downtown, and especially the parking lot area and the GRU building area are dead areas. And this needs to be connected to the rest of downtown. Also, the GRU building, a lot of it's not used that efficiently. A lot of it's empty. There's a lot of space in there that's available now, so it's not being used, I think, as much as it could. As for the Rosa Parks downtown station, I think whatever we do there needs to be a bus station on the bottom, but I think selling the air rights and allowing other things to happen there is a good idea. And it's kind of a wasted space just being a parking lot. There's use of it actually being built, of stuff being built above the bus station. To Commissioner Sacco's point of how do we kind of gain more in negotiation, I think one of the things we need to do is how do we make the property the most valuable. Currently, there's a height restriction on the area, on pretty much the whole entire power district, but my concern is on the area west of the creek, where like the GRU office building is, where it says like Fleet building, and on the western side of where it says WWC, the wastewater collections. Everything around that to the top, to the west of that is all DT zone and allows 12 stories. Right now it's 6 stories, which is below even the height of the power plant. And I've talked with some of the neighborhoods around there, and I think my conversations with them, there was a difference between east of the creek and the park, in essence, which runs where wastewater collections is on the map, and west of that. And the east would be less intense, and the west could be more intense, kind of the more downtown area. And if we made that DT and allowed it to be 12 stories around the GRU office area and the fleet building area, that would substantially increase the value of the property, and we'd be able to get more out of it, more housing, more and more money that could be used in negotiations, probably in millions of dollars of difference. So I think that's one of the other directions we should move in. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Ms. Seawright.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just have a quick question. I think Commissioner Simmons had asked a question and I might not have heard the answer. So it sounds like y'all are making this decision to sell these properties today. So if you are, my concern is the
Ms. Seawright, we're not. We're not.
Oh,
We're
not?
the workshop. We're not making any decisions.
Oh, okay. So for point of discussion, was there any prior discussion as if you do get rid of this parcel or sell the Rosa Parks, where would it be relocated to? Or have we not gotten?
You're right. I don't think the proposal is to sell that portion, but to keep the bus transfer station and then allow some building on top of it.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Simmons?
Thank you, Mayor. You pretty much said what I was going to suggest. We'll just let everyone know that this is a workshop, so we really cannot make those kind of decisions tonight. But to also answer Commissioner Johnson's question, I wasn't aware that today we were going to be discussing putting this on the market. So I just wanted to make that for clarification. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Grundigo.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I guess I had a question about a couple of things, and one of them was the model, Mr. Mayor, is kind of confusing when you zoom in to the Rosa Parks station. So it's kind of when you put 2.2 acres, that's what leads to the questions. So that's kind of misleading. So are we talking really about the parking lot, which I think Commissioner A. Santos alluded to, or because when you say 2.2 acres, I believe all of the Rosa Parks downtown station is 2.2 acres. That's the first part of my question. And then the other part that I had is it Rory? Rory, are you still on the line?
Yes, sir, I'm here.
My question is the McCrory. So we're talking about the green belt, which was I think Member Pollard or somebody was talking about the green belt in the creek from the Matheson Museum. But McCrory Garden it's my understanding, and I could be wrong, Rory, have you talked to any of the communities around there? Because I think that's been a point of contention dating back some years with the community garden and how it's used and who owns it. It was the city, and then it was getting to the community, and there's a lot of back and forth. My concern is the redevelopment of a community garden or anything near it and not preserving that green space, number one. And if it's truly a community asset and jewel, why are we putting it up for sale if it was the neighborhoods? And I guess I'm dating back, and I think Member Blount has brought that up a few times. And if I'm mistaken, I'll defer to him on that one. And then the other thing is, when we're talking about fair market value, I think Rory, Commissioner Sacco was onto something when she was talking about selling these properties, and not as one master plan, but mitigating how it can be a win-win for the city, as well as still having the development that you desire to go there and how we attract it. So I think that was an interesting point from Commissioner Sacco in looking at this. And then I guess the other thing, I don't know, Mr. Mayor, who would this be from, but have we had anyone as a public-private partnership or anyone in private development express any interest in acquiring the property for the GRU office building? If so, has anybody talked to those people? Because I think that's interesting too. And or maybe that would be a Mr. Berlarski question, since he's on here. So My thing is, how do we make this a win-win situation? Can we get real clarity on you putting 2.2 acres, since it's drawn in here, because that's really misleading. If it's only the parking lot, I don't believe that parking lot is 2.2 acres. And the McCrory Community Garden, that historical significance and preserving the green space there, not just for the Matheson Museum, but overall as a community gym. And have we had anyone express in a public-private partnership or private development in the GRU office building?
So, Mayor, if I can just answer the first two questions. So there are two parcels, one which is 2.02 acres, that's the Rosa Park downtown station. And what we would be looking for there, if the commission ultimately affirms this, is to look at the air rights above the bus station. The second parcel to the north is the parking lot that is currently being used by GRU, and that is 1.3 acres. So there are two parcels there that would be a combined 3.32 acres. With regard to McCrory Community Garden, the historical significance of that is something that we do want to explore with the advisory board and the commission, because we need to get a sense for this. And we wanted to have this conversation before we went out to the community, because this is, again, there's a chicken and egg situation. If we go out to the community, then we're asked, why didn't we come to the advisory board and the commission first? So we thought this would be the logical place to start vetting these issues out, so we can bring something back ultimately to the advisory board and the commission in terms of a plan forward for the district. So today you're in a workshop. You can't vote on anything as you know, but we wanted to flesh out some of the comments and concerns between the board and the commission, so we can not go back and forth, but really just start working on a document for both the board and the commission to review. And I'll defer to Mr. Bolarski with regard to any.
Well, I'll just say in the last attempt at the redevelopment proposal for the area, there was private interest expressed in including the GRU admin area. That was one of the things that was not included, and they said, if you can include that, we can make a more serious proposal. So there is interest. Now, I think what
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Casso was also referring to is the change in the demand profile for office space since COVID. I mean, there's obviously serious reconsideration by a lot of different prospective users of how much office space they need and whether that's something they're interested in anymore. So, I mean, that's a completely different question. Mr. Pollitt?
Very quickly, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Due to sizes of developable land, proximity to Depot Park and to these properties, should the RTS bus maintenance depot be considered? It's an old, large property and certainly capable to be packaged with this.
Yeah, that's a fair question. Mr. Feldman, I know that we've had many discussions with many different potential users that are interested in the former RTS maintenance area. Why is that not included in this, or could it be, or is there some other plan for that?
So it could be. We are exploring going to market with that one as well, but that was going to be a separate effort that we wanted to bring back to the board and the commission. Certainly, if there is a desire, and you can't see it on this map, but it can be included. I think the reason why it wasn't is it's not really contiguous to these properties, so offset by a few parcels.
Are you good, Mr. Pollitt?
Yeah, I'm just putting it out there for consideration. Seemed reasonable because it was so large and right on the park.
Yeah, and I mean, not to speak for anybody else, but If somebody came to us and said, hey, we'd like to do all these cool things, plus if you would include that, we could do more cool things, that we're going to listen to them. Commissioner Johnson.
Thanks, Mayor. I'm still confused. So I'm really going to need some clarification, and I'm hoping that someone can either provide that to me right now or provide it to me later. But I really need to know when we discussed and also agreed upon, or there was a vote about selling, that the way that we were going to redevelop this area was to sell some of the most valuable land in our city. So can someone answer that for me? Because I don't remember having this conversation. I do remember us having a conversation about that this area needs to be developed and ways that we might go about it. But I don't know that we came to a decision that we were going to sell it. There are different ways of redeveloping property, which doesn't necessitate selling it.
So I can tell you we didn't take a vote specifically on that. There was no motion, let's sell the property, and then staff went from there. What I will say is that has been the inertia of this plan since GRU vacated the property in the first place, including the last iteration, that whole proposal that went out, and then we got the 2 respondents for. Included in that was that we would sell the property and they would redevelop it according to the city's specifications. And so I think absent any action by the commission to the contrary, that has been the continued direction that dates back probably before I got on the commission, at least maybe in my very early days. So if the commission wants to change that direction and change that inertia, we can certainly have that discussion, but we better have it soon, because that's a big change and really going to affect the work that's happening right now. I mean, that's a pretty big pivot. So again, we can't vote on that tonight, but we would need to definitely bring it up at a meeting really soon.
It's something that I would absolutely like to have a conversation about. I think it's needed, and I absolutely believe that there needs to be a vote on this, because I think that there are more creative ways about redeveloping without selling the most valuable land in the city. I'm actually just quite floored right now. Floored.
We can do that, Commissioner Johnson. I will tell you that's the first time I've heard that proposal from any of the elected officials for the city commission. So, that's a new idea and would deserves consideration, but that has not come up before. Mr. Palmer.
Thank you. Two probably quick questions. Is just out of curiosity, is there a sunsetting plan or some sort of long-term vision around the Kelly power plant? 40, 50-year plan that they plan to move, or do we have something along this is what it is?
Well, yeah.
Gonna run forever, right?
It has an integrated resource plan that is sort of updated on a rolling basis. And so we do some long-term planning, but we also look at like 5-year horizons. The commission has set a target of 2045 for 100% renewable energy production. And so the gas turbine at that point would likely be, out of service. But what other future uses for that, we haven't really discussed. I mean, that right now is a workhorse unit for the utility.
Okay, thanks. Yeah, I was just curious about that. Other quick question. I heard that there may or may not be a large transmission line running underneath the Rosa Parks. Is that what some of the consideration is with maintaining the bus? Is that a major consideration within maintaining the bus station, or and potentially selling the parcel, or is that, or am I mistaken on that? Whether or not there's a major transmission line over there?
So there is a major transmission line on the north side of the station that feeds into the Kelly Power Plant. And that certainly would need to be considered as we, move forward. But I think the other consideration too is, the value of a mass transit system to the properties that would be coming in to be developed under whatever scheme that would be. Having a transfer station there, we think would probably increase the value and the efficacy of the project, because it would help eliminate the need for vehicles and cars, and create a more walkable, pedestrian-friendly community that could get elsewhere in the city when they need to.
And I guess around some of that, so they kind of raised up another little quick thing. One of the other bigger discussions that some of the other developers had was around parking garages, and what sort of a plan there is there. It seemed like they all kind of had confusion or kind of pushed back and forth with the city about, who was going to give what. Is there any discussion of kind of saying, hey, no, okay, here's seriously what we're going to do. People really want to have a parking garage in these areas. Here's where we're going to put a parking garage. Or is it, do you just feel that it's better to just leave this up to the developer to tell you what they want, and then we kind of say, all right, maybe we'll do that or not?
So I think as we get further into this presentation, and I know we've been talking a lot about this, but there are some other slides that I think will help clarify what that vision is.
Okay, thank you. I'm done.
Okay, Mr. Grundy Gomez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I guess my question will go to the city manager. Mr. Feldman, if with this project right here, let's just say ideally we wave the magic wand and we have everything on here included. And is staff got an idea, or would that be Mr. Casso, or a roundabout idea what would be the ideal thing of what we want to have go here? Because I heard one of the commissioners earlier, this is the first time we're seeing it. I mean, are we trying to have affordable housing? Are we having mixed use development? What is ideal that you want to have go here for redevelopment?
So again, I need to stress that's part of what we need input from the board and from the commission on. But there were previous iterations, and I think we're going to show you in the next slide or two what those iterations were. But we're not married to it or necessarily recommending that if the board and the commission have a different vision.
Okay, thank you.
Hello, can you hear me? My connection's not too great.
Yes.
If somebody would wave their hands frantically, if you can't hear, my sound drops out, because might not be able to hear you. I want to briefly address the Rosa Parks station. Coming from planning curriculum myself, highest and best use is not an economic term. It means the use, highest and best use that benefits the citizens. And the transfer station is right where it needs to be. It's an essential service that hopefully should never be interrupted. It has been well built, well put together. It is very well run, except for the management of tobacco smoking. So that shouldn't even be considered to be touched unless a total replacement is built, within a tenth of a mile away from it. We can't do without it. But I want to speak as somebody who has lived in this neighborhood for 34 years. And I formed a lot of bonds with neighbors in the neighborhood. We all came together quite a bit around getting the McCrory Community Garden. In fact, they tried to name it the Kali Community Garden, and I refused. But this neighborhood is precious to me. We consider that garden to be a true gem, but we consider the neighborhood itself to be a gem. So we've got a gem within a gem, and that's even within another precious gem, which is the model of housing development in this area of the near downtown that has existed for a long time. That is, east of the creek, you have grass and then housing. West of the creek, you have intensity that may be industrial, commercial, high density, residential. In fact, the neighbors in this community came together in a charrette hosted by the city in the GRU building right around the turn of the century, and 100% of the people in that charrette showed restoring the green space south of McCrory Garden all the way down to Fifth Avenue, and 98% of them picked daylighting the creek. So our vision was a creek daylit all the way to Depot Park. It's only the perfect natural connection with a sidewalk and strip park all along it, and a sidewalk to the east, and then continuing vegetation and then housing east of the creek, at least as far down as Southeast Fifth Avenue. And city staff at that time in that charrette way back then at GRU actually said they promised us our top demands, but when neighbors from that area came to the city commission a few years ago, a commission preceding y'all, we were told that we made it up and we're attempting a land grab, trying to get the promised green space south of the garden. But that in fact had been green space from 4th Avenue down to 5th Avenue for some 60 years, although never designated as a park before GRU fenced that in for parking. So that is one idea. And we have called ourselves a Southeast Residential Historic District long before anybody thought of redubbing us the Power District. So if you're thinking about the people who have lived here for decades already, and if you care about the local neighbors, what we want is that large green space back that was used for so many years before GRU made parking there, and that was promised back to us, and a daylit creek, and grass and residential, low intensity residential east of the creek, at least as far down as Fifth Avenue. Now, if you need me to get 60 people to come to City Hall and say they agree, that's available, because the people around here have discussed this for years. As I said, I've been here 34 years. And this has been the vision even before the GRU building was constructed. And some time ago, there was talk about eventually retiring the Kelly plant within 50 years, and that was the talk in 2010. So that's saying 2060. But you're saying 2045 for renewable energy. So the Kelly, some of the things on the Kelly plant campus are the only obstacle to daylighting the creek all the way down to Depot Park. And we should envision the furthest development of that, even though it's some years off. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I'm excited to get on to our other items on the agenda, as well as these other slides. So I'll really quickly just share my thoughts. I've been through several rounds trying to do something here. I do think there's a lot of value on adding development on top of Rosa Parks, leaving the transfer station as it is now. But I can really imagine a modern transit hub there. You know, with some food stalls and a bank outlet, and you know, that sort of use that would be sort of perfect for people coming in and out. moving about their busy lives. I would like to see everything that has been colored blue, light, and dark included in a proposal, but with some flexibility there. If somebody comes in and says, well, we'd really like to do something that's outstanding, that meets the commission strategic goals on these 3 parts, but not the others, I don't think we pass up that opportunity. What we need to do as a advisory board and a commission is decide what those highest best uses and those priorities are that fit within our strategic plan. We've talked around the edges a lot. Certainly a healthy, affordable housing and workforce housing component, mixed use, highly walkable, fits within the neighborhood context. I think these are all things that I believe they're all goals and priorities we share. They're certainly in our strategic vision. We just need to bring some structure around those, so that our team can go out and start marketing it and finding the folks that have the means to make that vision come true. So with that, I will turn it back over to Rory, and you can continue.
Okay, I think Ken's here, so Rory might have lost his
internet.
Ken,
go ahead. Yeah, thanks.
It's okay. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So yeah, on the next slide, Suzanne, as you can see, I mean, and we've talked about this, but there were very clear, very specific redevelopment goals. And again, we've talked, as you can see here, affordable housing. The gentleman, the resident that's been there talked about, the need to maintain, low density at the eastern boundaries. Somebody was talking about parking. You see there the specific, infrastructure, the daylighting of the creek and so on and so forth. So these were all, fairly well defined in your prior, kind of redevelopment goal. What we are going to do is kind of bring them back to you as a collective body, maybe at a little bit more specificity. It's hard to just say we want affordable housing. We may put a little bit more structure around that. But again, sorry for Commissioner, but effectively what you're doing by really defining these goals is finding a partner, as you've talked about, Mr. Mayor, who's going to execute on your plan. That's really what the goal here is. So you don't think of it in terms of sale or giving it away or so on and so forth. You are in essence finding a partner who is going to execute your plan. And this is again, a sort of a framework of the plan. But, as part of our next steps, what we are going to do, and we are going to, ask for action, is to sort of verify, codify, and, ultimately kind of, build consensus around what these, vision plans are. And again, we've talked about a number of these things over the last, half hour or so. But when we put, kind of pen to paper and we, kind of reissue them and lay them out, then, we'll give everybody time to think about them, add to it, and then ultimately, make a clear determination before we go to the market with your vision, because that's ultimately what these goals is that we're articulating to the market. We're finding you a partner who's going to execute your vision. And again, I know we've talked about a number of these things. I know you have a full agenda, so I don't need to, belabor this point unless there are, specific questions, Mr. Mayor. But our next step will be, again, the work that Sarah and the team did last time. There was a clear vision statement, if you will, goals. We will come back to you with that list again and make sure that everybody is on board with, kind of where we are.
All right, thank you.
Okay, and then last but not least, there are some, kind of technical, things behind the scenes work that needs to get done. Again, somebody was talking about the transmission line and the infrastructure analysis. We're also going to, make sure that, we've got an updated building needs assessment. The last one was done in 2015. So obviously there's been some additional wear and tear on some of these buildings. So these are just some technical areas, again, a little bit more behind the scenes. I think from the commission and from the board's perspective, the last couple of slides were really where we wanted you to start thinking, discussing. You brought out a lot of, very important points that we will, again, try to, put forth in a clear and concise document that you'll be able to vote and discuss on. But this is just some additional, like I said, behind the scenes stuff that needs to take place, regardless of what, your vision and goals are, regardless of what parcels are included. This is the kind of stuff that needs to, to be updated. So just to give you an update that we are with Caper and so on and so forth, doing some behind the scenes work to be better prepared when the vision is ultimately adopted.
All right, very good. Thank you so much. And we'll turn to Commissioner Santos.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. What is the expected timeline on these steps and bringing it back before the advisory board and bringing it back before the commission and then hopefully going out to market?
We are, we're probably within 30 days.
Come back before the advisory board or the commission? Is that what you're?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, and just so I can make sure we're clear, so we will try to get back to the advisory board in that time. They will hear it, then we will have to take their recommendation, translate that into an agenda item for the commission. That's usually another 30-day turnaround. So I would say 60 to 70 days from now, hopefully we will have something we can bring to the commission.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Commissioner Simmons, I'm sorry. Commissioner Simmons, I'm sorry. I saw your hand and then I didn't. Are you good? Okay, Mr. Palmer.
No, I'm good, Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Palmer.
Just in case some of I'm not sure if I'm missing this somewhere, but do we have a sense of what it might take or time frame, or whether or not we need to already have this decided ahead of coming back to our decisions about whether or not there needs to be some of the change in zoning for the DT zoning? To me, that sounds like something that I think would be a overall positive for this development, but I don't know if that needs to be addressed ahead of time or after the fact, or during the development phase.
We're not anticipating, dealing with zoning or any, kind of major land use, changes as part of this, initial process.
Okay, I guess the question is, should we as an advisory board, when that comes back to us, make any considerations or thoughts around that? Because, I think if there is some change of zoning, it might be, and I feel like that's something our board will think about, or something like that, with, especially changing it from 6 stories to 12 stories.
It sounds like you are. So, you're not prevented from having that discussion at all. And
okay,
that helps inform the recommendation of the commission, then that's what it does.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Mr. Krasnow, you have anything else?
No, I think that's it. We are looking forward to coming back before the board with some clarity so that we can move forward.
Absolutely. I know a lot of us are really excited about this project, especially someone like me that's seen it run around the merry-go-round several times. So we're excited. But thanks for being with us tonight. Adam, do we have any public comment on this item?
Mr. Mayor, there's nobody on the line at this time. The floor is yours.
Okay, Chair Cornell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I guess I'll just say that
You're on mute, Ken.
can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. I guess all I'll say, Mr. Mayor, is focusing on housing, focusing on economic development, focusing on historic and current neighborhood input. There's been a lot of work done in this area, and hopefully it can be used. I think the goal here is investing in public infrastructure, lighting, the creek, historical structures. We've talked about those parks that ultimately tie in to the major investments the city's made in the past, which I consider one of the crown jewels of the city, and that's Depot Park. Commissioner Ariola's comments resonated with me, which is when you own that land, you own it in perpetuity. And so finding a partner that will allow the city to maintain ownership and control of what I believe is land close to the crown jewel of the city is probably really important to the residents.
Mr. Grundy Gomez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I couldn't agree more with what Commissioner Cornell said, and I think one thing that's also resonating with me that I would like to leave us with, and it's with what we've been talking about, is it really comes down to equitable development and how we go forward. I agree with Commissioner Ariola, but I also agree with Commissioner Simmons and Commissioner Johnson, and how we go about this space. Because yes, this is our land. This belongs to the public. It belongs to we as the city of Gainesville. But most importantly, when it comes down to equitable development, we're all excited. It's the power district. Like you said, Mr. Mayor, I don't know how many merry-go-rounds, but going back to like 2008, maybe we were talking about developing the power district into perhaps something more. And it's starting to take full effect. And I guess for me, I would really like us to take that same level of innovation that we're seeing from what Mr. Casso and Mr. Krasnow and others are presenting. And we're getting closer, but to also bring that same level of energy to East Gainesville and East Side, because it's when we really put our heads together, this is what we would like to see, this level of thought and innovation to really have real equitable development so we all win. And that's what I just wanted to leave.
I see Miss Turner Evans and attendees that might want to speak. Madam Clerk, is there a way to let her in?
Yes, Mayor, I have unmuted Ms. Turner Evans, so you are welcome to unmute yourself by using the features. There you go, and you're allowed to talk. Go ahead. You have 3 minutes.
Actually, my phone is glitching and causing the raise hand icon to keep popping up, but I was looking forward to being on the other side with the rest of the board as well. But thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you.
I apologize. I'll put her in.
That's frustrating. Yeah. But we got that. Okay. Well, thank you all for the conversation. We're going to move to our next item, which is the GCRA proposed FY 22-23 budget. And I'm going to pop off. I'll still be in the meeting and listening, but I'm going to move location. So I'll be back with you in just a few minutes.
Good evening, Sarah Vidal. I am going to introduce Daniel Blumberg, who's going to start the budget presentation, and then I will join him about midway through. So with that, I'll turn it over to Daniel. Thank you.
Thank you, Sarah. As Director Vidal mentioned, my name is Daniel Blumberg. I'm project manager here with the GCRA. And tonight we'll be going over the proposed FY 22 and 23 budget. In order to meet the overall city budget timeline, we're presenting to the advisory board the proposed budget allocations for feedback, and as an added benefit, this will provide a first look for the city commission as well. On today's agenda, the primary goal of this presentation is to review the budget appropriations, update the board and commission on the status of each project, and how that influences the overall budget. Our presentation is brief, and we hope to have good feedback from the board and commission and that our proposed budget matches what you have envisioned. We'll be happy to answer questions at the end. I wanted to provide you a quick view of key financial dates over the last year. As this slide shows, the last time we presented to the board financials as a whole was in June of 2020. At that time, we went over modifications for FY20 and presented the FY21 budget that began October 1st, 2021. February 3rd, 2021 began the City of Gainesville's FY22 and 23 budget development kickoff. March 1st, our department met with city management to present an initial budget. The GCRA developed its 10-year reinvestment plan with the assistance of our neighbors when we conducted our community engagement meetings. This plan has us investing in three major categories: economic development, community enhancements and housing, and public space and streetscape. These primary categories contain all of our projects and programs. As a city department, our projects and programs must tie into the city's strategic plan goals. Director Vidal covered these last month, but to recap them here, we have 5 overarching goals: equitable community, sustainable community, great place to live and experience, resilient local economy, and best-in-class neighbor services. Some of the projects on our 10-year roadmap are listed directly in the city strategic action agenda from 2020-2021. Starting with these slides, we'll cover the proposed FY22 and 23 allocations. You'll see provided here anticipated beginning fund balances for each of the fiscal years. It's important to note that these numbers are as of March 29, 2021, and could potentially change over the next 2 years. The county and city revenue are at levels set out per the interlocal agreement. The GCRA personnel services and operating costs are estimated amounts based on previous years with direction from budget and finance, and will be firmed up in coordination with them. All the personnel and operating expenses are being paid from funds received under the interlocal agreement. The combined personnel services and operating to overall revenue is estimated at 20% for FY22 and 24% for FY23. Transitioning to a city department, our GCRA operating costs have increased. The last row here shows the total available for projects and programs based on the above, with FY22 projected to be just over $6.68 million and FY23 almost $5.7 million. This does not include the remaining tax increment funds. This next part of the presentation, Director Vidal and I will be talking through the following slides, where she will be talking through where we are at with each of the projects, and I'll be going over the proposed allocations of funds for them. In the backup, we have a Gantt chart that has all of our projects with this information in a visual format. The Gantt chart would have been illegible presented in the presentation itself. The chart is a planning tool that we will continue to use and refine with new information over the course of the GCRA's remaining 8 years as a department. Director Vidal will now go over this slide's information and give project updates as she does so.
Thank you, Daniel. Good evening again. So last month, Eric Bredfeld and myself gave a work plan update to the advisory board. We probably should have brought it forward to this meeting as well, because I think it gave really good context to the budget and to a lot of the conversations that we've had tonight. So in order to kind of bring that forward, we did put these slides in here just so I can give you a sense of next steps on the projects and programs that are within our work plan. So really quickly on economic development, the downtown strategic plan, the consultant was contracted in December of 2020, and to date, they are probably a quarter of the way through, I think, their contract. The administration of this is being handled by the Caper office. And I think it's worth mentioning as well that this is one of the City of Gainesville priorities in their strategic plan. So real quickly, if you look down the right-hand side, we've indicated which projects are in the strategic plan and the corresponding action agenda. I know that was discussed earlier about the city's strategic plan, and that plan has been explained to the advisory board and has been integrated in the last few presentations we've given about our roadmap, which projects correspond. So next down is 8th and Waldo improvements. Again, this is being led by the Caper office. The overall scope and project area are still in development as we discussed tonight. Economic development programs are still being, sorry, still underway. We did bring one back that we got approved by the City Commission. But really, we came forward to the advisory board with an overall kind of introduction into this piece, what we had done in the past. Eric Redfeld spoke about programs that he had implemented for the city in the past. And we received some really good feedback from the advisory board on what they'd like to see moving forward. So that piece is in the works. And I think once we get the housing programs approved, we will turn our focus to the economic development piece. University.
Well, I'm sorry to interrupt, but I wanted to make sure I got Commissioner Simmons before we got too much further down the road. Commissioner Simmons.
Thank you, Mayor. I just had two questions. Number one, the Palms Development Agreement, is that the condo, is that the development from a while back? Is that what the Palms Development Agreement is?
Yeah, so anytime you see these development agreements, particularly on this side, those were done a long time ago. And actually, the majority of them, I think, will be paid off in the next couple years. I do have the dates in my speaking notes when I get to that point. But yes, that's exactly what those are. Jefferson.
Okay, and one more quick question. How do you determine the end? You have the beginning and the end. How do you determine the end?
Yeah, that's a great question. So we struggle a lot with, really in the Gantt chart, trying to chart out, the length of a project per se, because if you look at something like 8th and Waldo, I mean, that's so conceptual. At this point, it's hard to talk about a beginning and end. So we took our best educated guess on kind of what we see in the work that has been done to date. But you're right, we won't really know the end until we get way into each one of these initiatives.
Okay, please continue.
Sure. University Avenue and Waldo, this talks really about the job center. I think you heard a presentation from Commissioner Ariola the other day about the Manchester Bidwell Center. And so this is funding that's been set aside for those efforts. And this is also being managed by the Caper Department or Office. And Innovation District, the last year we actually finalized a public-private partnership agreement, completing the Southwest 9th Street extension to the north. And so that is listed there as well. GTech Management, we took over the management of the GTech building in 2019. Right now there is a relationship with Santa Fe College for management of this building. We continue to oversee that agreement and the work that's being done through the incubator at GTech, but we also have a study underway to determine the best use for GTech going forward. So we look forward to having that conversation once we get the study back, which will tell us, really what have been the successes of GTech to date, what have been the challenges, and how we might think of that more as a community asset moving forward and reposition that for success. So that's a conversation that we'll be having in a few months with you all. Former Fire Station number 1 is being led by the city manager. We were involved in a solicitation for that, and that is still, I believe, in the cone of silence. Former RTS site redevelopment. This is also being led by Caper, and I think from the discussions today, you kind of hear that there's been interest in including that in the Power District, but there's still a lot of work to do to kind of figure out how to move that forward. Cornerstone Campus is in our shop. We continue to have that listed and work with companies who are interested in moving there. We often give tours of that site to potential developers that are interested. And we have GTech and Mary U located on that site. I think sometimes people get confused when we call it Cornerstone, but that is where the GTech building is located. Also, we have some exciting potential partnerships with the Cornerstone site that you'll be hearing about shortly. And then finally on this slide, the development agreements will all be completed before or during 2024, Commissioner Simmons. So the Palms will be complete in March of 24, Jefferson on 2nd in April of 24, and University House will actually be closed out in looks like May of 23. So that's a typo on this slide. It says 2024.
Ms. Vidal, Mr. Grundy Gomez has a question.
Okay.
I can wait till she finishes, Mr. Mayor.
Well, I think she's done with this slide.
Yeah, this is a good,
Well,
good cross point.
okay, well, Miss Vidal, my question was regarding the Manchester Bidwell Center. Not seen necessarily on screen, but I wanted to ask some questions on flesh out some things. And I don't know if that's necessarily you or who that would be, or Mr. Bredfeld or the manager, but that is something that's really, really going to be vitally important, especially in the GCRA district as a whole, and for the city as a whole, especially the impact that center has on Pittsburgh, even though it's managed differently. So I guess, I don't know if that would be Mr. Feldman or somebody. Have we had anybody we have that concept, because that's also conceptual, right? It's conceptual in the fact that who's going to manage that will be the city, or have we determined who's going to do that in our talks?
So I'll take a quick stab at that. As Commissioner Ariola showed the commission at the last meeting, there's a feasibility study that's underway that the Bidwell Center is conducting, and we'll answer all those questions, or at least give some recommendations and proposals in terms of how it would be sited, where potential sites are, what budgets would look like, who would run it, and things along that line.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, would you like me to continue? I do see some.
Well, I have a hand up from Commissioner Simmons and Commissioner Ariola. Commissioner Simmons.
Thank you, Mayor. I would like to know, do we have, looking at the work plan, do we have benchmarks that we're going to implement in this work plan in more of a definite timeline with certain benchmarks? Because I know I'm looking at some of the projects, some of them are relatively new, 2021, with very small percentage of completion. And I know it's early on. So I guess for the city manager, for instance, with Caper, would there be certain benchmarks that your department has have set out to achieve? And what type of percentage rates are they trying to go? What's the plan? What's the actual process in achieving higher percentage and reaching certain benchmarks? And will those completed tasks be reported back to this board, to the commission, or to the advisory board as you guys make those, as you achieve those goals?
So our plan is to regularly report this information back to both the board and the commission.
So what's your benchmark? And I guess what I'm asking is how will you achieve your goals? Is there timelines in place? I mean,
so it depends on the project. I mean, some of it, like the downtown strategic plan, you will see tomorrow at the GPC meeting, there is a time frame and a timeline, and we'll be able to monitor progress and report back to the commission. Something that is long on Ethan Waldo is going to be more a sequential. As I talked about earlier, we need to do some engagement process and working with the board and the commission on what that project will look like. And then, so there are steps that are planning steps on there. And then once we've got a plan, then we can more define how we execute on that plan. But not everything is under, the complete, control of staff in terms of what the timelines are. So we know steps. Sometimes things will take a little bit longer than we anticipate. And so we can outline the steps for each of these programs. And I know Sarah has done some of that work with the Gantt chart that's attached to this process, or to this item.
Yeah, I would think that would be helpful for again, transparency and making sure that, that the commissioners are up to date on what's taking place. If you could have have those necessary steps that you all have been taking, what goals you have accomplished, what you intend to, for instance, say in 6 months with the economic development program, we anticipate being at 45%. And these are the steps that we're going to take to get to this point in 6 months. Or at least allow the commission and the public to know, highlight your top 3 or 4 or 5 priorities, because you're dealing with a very small department and some things will be out of your control. And I think having the transparency up front, looking at some deadlines, taking the steps and showing us and showing the both boards what you're trying to achieve and what your goals are, I think that again would be helpful as you continue trying to make these things happen. So I'll just, I would like to see a timeline and the steps that you all are taking and how you plan to get to certain percentages and what time frame you were hoping to get to that point.
Right. And Commissioner, I'd like to point out too, so that the column that's on the right that talks about the City of Gainesville priorities that were established with the strategic plan, the quarterly updates that we provide you on the strategic plan do have those timelines and benchmarks that are in there for those items. And so we've sent our first quarterly report to the commission, and we're working on our second quarterly report as we move forward. So.
Okay, and I just would like to see moving forward, when you do those quarterly reports, if you can just incorporate, we've done 30% of, okay.
That's what's in those quarterly reports.
Okay, thank you, Mayor.
Commissioner Ariola.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to offer anybody, if you have any particular questions regarding the Manchester Bidwell Corporation, I'm happy to talk to anybody on the advisory board. It's something that's going on for a few years. The presentations are in the backup for the last meeting, including a scope of the work project and even a sample implementation feasibility study that was completed in Pierce County over in Tacoma, Washington, which gives you the kind of detail that we can expect here in Gainesville. And I also wanted to say thank you to Sarah and all the staff for getting this and the Gantt chart. It's very helpful to have this information here in front of us. So thank you.
Thank you. Jacob?
Yes, I just had a question about the downtown strategic plan. I'd like to know more about that, and I have a lot of opinions on that. So maybe the next meeting we have, we can get fully updated on this. That's all I got.
I'm sure Mr. Paulette heard you on that, can work on getting that on the agenda. Okay, Ms. Vidal.
Okay, I think we're on the next slide.
All right, so this slide shows 6 columns of information. You're going to see the project program name, the funds available as of March 29, 2021, the proposed FY 22 and 23 allocations, the sum of the currently available plus the FY 22 and 23 proposed, and the lead department. Additionally, the rows with the stars are part of the City of Gainesville strategic plan priority. You can see a number of projects with no proposed FY 22 or 23 funding. The downtown strategic plan will be completed with the funds already allocated. The Economic Development Program's College Park and University Heights Tax Increment Fund and the Innovation District are remaining funds from the old CPUH district with no new funds being added. Former Fire Station Number 1 and the former RTS site redevelopment and Cornerstone campus, we do not expect will require additional allocation beyond what is currently funded during this timeframe. One of the major projects we're contributing to is 8th Avenue and Waldo Road improvements, where we will have a proposed total of $2.5 million of investment through FY23. We are in the process of developing new and revitalized economic development programs and have a proposed total of just over $1.6 million allocated towards these upcoming programs. University Avenue and Waldo Road Mixed-Use Development and Job Center, the proposed funds are just over $180,000. G-Tech Management has a proposed funding of a little over $813,000. The Power District proposed funding through FY23 totals just over $2 million, with $700,000 of that being allocated from new funds and the balance old TIP funds. The final three items on this slide are the remaining development agreements. Each year, we have an external accountant process what the annual payment is on them. The budgeted funds reflect what was anticipated to be the full payout over their remaining term. These agreements are based off of property value, and as such, additional funds will likely need to be added to make the payments for the final year. The agreements do have substantial prepayment penalties, which is why we have not tried paying them off already. And with that, we'll go on to the next slide that Sarah will talk about the community enhancements in housing.
Thank you, Daniel. So just quickly, I'll go through these. Eastside Food and Mobility Hub, most recently, we received the direction about the community-led grocery store. So this is kind of where this conversation lives. This effort is being led by the Strategic Initiatives Department. And of course, we're part of the meetings around this effort. The Heartwood neighborhood is proceeding smoothly with the model home just being built and finished. We hope to be able to share in the near future when properties will be able to be purchased, and we'll kick off with an information session online for people to get their questions answered and for us to begin to roll out the project and the availability of the homes. The business improvement grant has been very, very successful so far. We have our first completed application, the climbing gym on South Main. And then we have 25 interested businesses that have requested copies of the application. So 2 in the loop already, and then 25 hopefully coming forward. So when you get to the budget slide and see the amount of funding that we appropriated for some of these programs, just remember that we knew that these programs would have to be either changed over from the CRA to the GCRA as a city department, which was a bit of rewrite and reapproval. With some of these programs, you know, we're just now able to start moving them forward. And so we may not have a lot of money budgeted in the first year because of that, or it's a pilot and we're looking to see kind of what the interest is going to be. For instance, the new program, the Welcome Back, it used to be called Welcome Back. I think we're calling it My Neighborhood Program. You know, that one, for instance, by the time it gets approved, there won't be that much time left in this fiscal year. And so we're looking more towards, you know, implementation in the next fiscal year. So neighborhood paint program has been approved, but we have a solicitation out for power washer and painters. Historic Heritage Trail is going back out for solicitation for a consultant to drive that forward. Under model block and attainable housing initiatives, and you'll see on the next slide, that was one account that we knew we would be creating programs under. So the heirs property program lives there within that budget line. And that one, our bid is about to go out for attorneys who would be under contract to handle the families that come in for the heirs property program. So that one will be ready to go very soon. We also have 2 opportunities for infill housing and Porters and Pleasant Street, small properties, but a lot of interest in what we can do to further the city's affordable housing goals with these two properties located within the district. We've started that conversation, I believe, once or twice with the advisory board, but we need to get out to the neighborhoods and kind of figure out how we navigate during COVID with getting in and getting the feedback that we need in order to, propose what solutions we're trying to seek for these two properties, whether it be a community land trust or, whatever. There's a lot of different options. So we're looking forward to moving that forward. The Duval partnership with Public Works is something that has been completed and that the money has been set aside. If you remember, this was an ask from Housing and Community Development for us to fund the road that would make all of those parcels available for redevelopment. So that was a quick win where the CRA was able to participate in making more affordable housing options available in the Duval neighborhood. There's the My Neighborhood Grant Program. Of course, we have the Greater Duval and Porters neighborhood improvements. Those need to get off center, and that will be a focus moving forward. And really that's looking at those two neighborhoods infrastructure wise, what's really needed there, and where are the deficiencies, and how can we begin to invest in a more calculated way in those neighborhoods. Community partnership grants, we will be coming back with a program around this. As you know, Parks, Rec, and Cultural Affairs has a very good grant program. Unfortunately, with ours, it's usually just been interested parties coming to the board and kind of requesting funding as a partnership. The most recent one that we heard was the Fifth Avenue Arts Festival, in which the board decided to go ahead and give a grant to that entity. But moving forward, we'd like to have a more organized way in which we get these requests, that it's kind of a standard process that happens maybe once a year, similar to Parks, Rec, and Cultural Affairs. So we'll be coming back with that. We continue to maintain many different properties within the district. So you'll see that. And then of course, we always carry the property acquisitions and options in case there are parcels that need to be acquired in order to make some of these larger initiatives, ready to go forward. So for instance, a big project like Cornerstone, we purchased 2 additional properties in order to have more land to work with there. So with that, I'll turn it back over to Daniel for an update on the proposed appropriations.
And if you'd please pause, Daniel, before you start. We have a question from Mr. Grundy Gomez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Commissioner Simmons, I guess one major concern I have, really what's going on, we have a major opportunity right now with a major project in our district, in District 1, right around the corner from my house. And it's an opportunity for 22 people that maybe have never had the opportunity to have state-of-the-art housing, to move into housing. And especially when folks are going to get up to $70,000 and have instant equity into this program. This is something that's been on the, not just conceptual, but it's now coming to fruition. And Commissioner Simmons, I got to express to you my concern and angst of, how many of my neighbors and friends that are looking at it have looked at the model home. And I don't know if anybody on our board has gone and looked at it, but it's amazing. And it really shows it's a true testament to Sarah and her staff and how hard they have worked to bring this to fruition. And it's a beautiful, beautiful property. But we have, it's going to be a socioeconomic blended community, workforce housing, affordable housing, market-based housing. So everybody comes in together to have a real opportunity to have state-of-the-art housing that may have not had opportunity to have housing before. And as much as we talk about having housing, this was supposed to open when I was talking to Craig Wilborn, who is our realtor for it, April 1. And it just seems like abracadabra, no more Heartwood. Abracadabra, April 5th comes and goes. So Commissioner Simmons or someone from the commission, can you all maybe give some direction on when we can expect to push this forward because it seems like we're slow walking this, and if we keep going this way, I'm afraid of we have minority contractors, minority builders, people that have vested interest in this community to bring something about where we lose this. And I hope it's not something sinister or nefarious at play. Could you please chime in or help provide some direction? Because I'm really concerned about where this goes. It seems like we're vacillating on this issue, and it's just concerning. So
there's no vacillation. There's nothing sinister. There's nothing nefarious. It's a very difficult project, and we're moving it along as best we can. Ms. Vidal, if you can give the briefest of updates on that, but this is not the first time that we've dealt with this, and then we'll go to Commissioner Johnson.
Thank you, Mayor. I think the next two questions are not really questions, but the two items that you'll be seeing as a commission would be number one, the agreements that will happen between the city and the builders, and then the builders and the buyers. And also a request for disposition for the entire neighborhood, so that as we're selling the homes, we won't have to come back one at a time and be on every agenda. And so I know those are the two items that we'll be bringing back. And we, I think, have consensus on moving forward on kind of those last items, and we'll be shooting for the first meeting in May for those final approvals.
Thank you. Commissioner Johnson?
Thanks, Mayor. Ms. Rodolphin, can you explain to me what the difference between the Eastside Food Mobility Hub and the Community Grocery Initiative?
So when we were doing the planning and the consolidated plan was complete, you know, a lot of these projects, if you will, were concepts back then, you know, that was over a year ago. And so we've gotten a lot further in our thinking as staff, as a commission, and as leadership about what these really mean. It's understood that, you know, when we set up these projects and these accounts, that we were going to have to come back in year 1, year 2, year 3, year 4, I don't know, you know, with some of these, and really redefine what the project is, because within that budget line, you could have 3 different projects, right? And it's sort of misleading, like with the downtown master plan, you know, you see that we've invested in, you know, getting the consultant on board, but I'm sure that there will be a lot of projects that come out of that plan, right? And so at that time, there could be additional projects that would be assigned to the CRA to move forward as part of that effort, but we just don't know yet. So I hope that answers your question. This is where we parked money to really work with strategic initiatives and find, you know, ways to address the food related issues in Eastern Gainesville. And, you know, at the time when this was being discussed, there was an idea floating around about co-locating a mobility hub to increase transportation opportunities, but also having some sort of food or grocer or, you know, some kind of use that would complement that mobility hub on the same site.
So is, to your understanding, is that still happening? I'm trying to understand whether or not the community grocery is the same thing as the Eastside Food Mobility Hub.
I mean, they're just names for now, Commissioner Johnson. I think the group that's leading this forward would be the same group that would be taking any of the motions or direction that the commission gave, right, to start pursuing the grocer. But I'd have to rely on the city manager to know if there's additional funding somewhere else for these efforts, and I'm not aware right now.
So Commissioner, if I can just jump in, the answer is they may be the same, but the direction we've received from the commission was to do some engagement with the community to determine the best location of the community grocery store, which may not be, the same place where a mobility hub would go. So they very well may be the same place, but they may not be. So we don't want to go into an engagement process that is supposed to be clear of any preconceived notions and then sort of direct it so that the two have to be, you know, synergized together, because that may not be the answer.
Okay. So when I asked the question, is the Eastside Food Mobility Hub the same as the community grocery? The answer is we're not sure yet.
Correct.
So there's money set aside, and we're not sure what projects are going to be allocated towards it, but it has to do with food and mobility at the same time or separately, or I just don't understand what Eastside Food Mobility Hub is. And as my understanding is that that was a staff directed project and not necessarily stemming from the community and or the commission. So you all know a lot more about it than I do.
So maybe food should not really be part of this title as much as the East Mobility Hub. That has been something that staff has talked about with the commission as part of the RTS need to have a transfer station somewhere on the east side, probably along the Hawthorne corridor on there, but we haven't cited that officially yet either. It's just something that's in concept and probably something that we would be seeking some grants for down the road. On there, the grocery store, again, is something that Commission recently talked about, asked us to set aside $3 to $5 million of money. To me, the GCRA is the logical source of that funding, but it may not be the ultimate source of that. And we're going to be talking about what that engagement process is going to be. As you know, the commission asked us to look with Grace Grows. They don't have the capacity to do the engagement, so we're trying to work on Plan B.
Okay, so it's my preference that we're as clear as possible, both for us, so that I don't have to come back in 3 meetings and say that I'm confused about something. And also so that we can be clear for the public. So if you're saying that we are going to rename this, East Mobility Hub, then I think that we should do that and then have a separate item for the community grocery, or we can have a discussion about it. But we need to be clear about that. And the reason why I'm asking is because we did provide direction to set aside funding, and I'm not seeing that anywhere in this plan. And I'm wondering why.
Well, I'll tell you the reason why is you asked to set aside funding after this plan was developed and taken to the advisory board.
Okay.
On there. And so, again, we're trying to follow some logical steps and use the advisory board as we talked about earlier, as the sounding board. So, and we still have to develop a budget, and the budget is a fluid item. So
this has gone through the advisory board. This has gone through a process of 2 years ago. This has gone through a community-wide process where there was clearly a need for a community grocery. So at this point, we're beating a dead horse. So my interest is in how do we revise this in order to make sure that we have a placeholder for a community grocery.
Yeah, Commissioner Johnson, I think the only question outstanding that would determine whether there's a line item in the budget or not is where it ultimately is located. And that's supposed to be determined through this community engagement process that we authorized at our last meeting.
We made a motion that we were going to set aside $3 to $5 million, that we were going to put a placeholder for $3 to $5 million. So how are we going to get to the place?
Not in the CRA budget.
No, not necessarily in the CRA budget, but I think that it should be at least considered in the CRA budget if we are going to, and when it just came out of the manager's mouth that it seemed like, a good place for that funding to come from. So, my concern is that when we're talking about FY22 and FY23 and there's no funding set aside for that, then what are we doing?
Right, and maybe I just need to be clearer. Our intent is, as we work on this fiscal year coming up budget, that we will find the $3 to $5 million, probably through the GCRA, but what Sarah is showing you now was developed and shown to the advisory board prior to the motion to find $3 to $5 million. I mean, we know that the grocery store has been something that has been on the initiative, but it has not been something that the commission has said that the CRA should be planning on funding. And so it has not been specifically in the CRA's work program.
So this budget can be and will be revised if needed?
Well, you have to adopt this budget in September. And so this is the beginning stage of the budget process.
Great. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Palmer.
Thanks. I guess procedural question probably for our board. Can we put the grocery store on our agenda for next meeting so that we can at least, you know, formulate some sort of an idea for us?
How your agenda gets set up is, you know, through you and the staff. So I'll defer to Sarah on how things get added to your board's agenda.
Yeah, we can certainly request that Carissa comes and does an update on the grocer for your next meeting.
Okay, yeah, if that'd be possible, I'd like to add that to our meeting. Thank you.
All right, Ms. Vidal, please continue.
I'll let Daniel take over. I was completed with that slide. Thank you.
Thank you. So this slide is formatted the same as the previous one I talked through and focuses on our community enhancements and housing related projects for the proposed FY22-23 funding. One of the major initiatives that the GCRA is investing in, as we were all actually just talking about a moment ago, is the Eastside Food Mobility Hub. We currently have $275,000 available, and our proposed FY22 is $1.2 million, and FY23 is $1.1 million for a total proposed over this time frame of just over $2.57 million. Heartwood neighborhood has a proposed investment of a little over $1.56 million over this time frame. Of note, as the houses in Heartwood sell, the GCRA will have funding come back that will be able to be invested into future projects. The Business Improvement Grant Program has proposed over this time $940,000. The Neighborhood Paint Grant Program is $422,000 of proposed investment. The Historic Heritage Trail has proposed total of just over $1.98 million. Our current budget for the model block and attainable housing is just over $708,000. These funds are being used towards any FY21 expenses of the heirs property, the Porters and Pleasant Street Neighborhood Infill Housing Initiative, the Duval GCRA Public Works Partnership, and the My Neighborhood Grant programs. We have proposed distinct funding for the heirs property of $500,000, the Porters and Pleasant Street Neighborhood Infill Housing Initiative $600,000, and the My Neighborhood Grant program of $400,000 through FY23. The Greater Duval Neighborhood Improvements and Porters Neighborhood Improvements will remain funded at the existing $261,667 and just over $800,000 respective levels, with no additional proposed funding at this time. Community partnerships grants have a proposed total of $60,000 through the end of FY23. The district-wide landscaping proposed funding through FY23 is just over $141,000, and the property acquisitions and options has a proposed FY22 funding of $300,000, bringing the total proposed funding to just over $1 million. And Sarah is going to go
Please
over.
pause. We have a question from Commissioner Simmons.
Thank you, Mayor. And so I guess my question is, once this budget is approved, and I'm looking at the neighborhood improvements portion of this, particularly the Porter's neighborhood, at that time or prior to the approval of the budget, will you go out and solicit projects and do the community outreach? Which comes first?
I want to make sure I heard you correctly, Commissioner Simmons. Were you asking which comes first, the community engagement or the
projects? yeah, I guess are we going to do the community engagement first to ask the community what type of projects they're wanting prior to the adoption of this budget?
No, not prior to the adoption of this budget. I think that happens, and the end of this presentation, we'll go over the schedule, which is really different than the way we've done things in the past. So that's why we're bringing it forward. But no, this is enough money to get us started with the community conversation that needs to happen. And then depending on, the type of work that is prioritized by the community for this piece, we'll come back to you if we feel like we need more money for FY22 or 23 in order to move those pieces forward. So right now, this will be just the beginning, and there's more than enough to get through, kind of a planning and design effort with the community.
Okay. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Please continue.
Okay, and Sarah will go ahead and guide you through the public space and streetscape work plan initiatives.
Sure. So this is these are the major corridors or primary corridors in our consolidated plan that were a priority to the community. I think sadly the one that's moving forward the quickest would be the University Avenue corridor improvements due to the tragedy and many tragedies we've had over the years. So mobility is taking the lead on that. We will likely contribute somehow as our role becomes more clear. Back in the day, we did do some work on Southeast Hawthorne Road and really trying to envision how that could become more pedestrian friendly, especially right there at 5 Points where it kind of all comes together. We can look at that again and revisit and, really kind of work with the community to find out what they'd like to see along these corridors. I will mention, similar to University Avenue, most of these, if not all, well, most of them are not within our control. They're not city-owned roadways. So this is going to be a collaborative effort, not only with the FDOT, but with Public Works and Mobility to really look at what are the opportunities here. We know these are priority areas for our community, and what can we do, whether that be in the right of way or incentivizing businesses along the corridor. But this is going to be an interesting conversation moving forward. I did want to mention that Southwest 2nd and 4th Avenue we're beginning to meet about, and Northwest 1st Avenue and South Main were two projects that were completed last fiscal year. So in the middle of, kind of moving the the agency to a department and all the work that went along with that, we were also completing two major roadway projects that I think have really added to the district and been successes. So with that, I will turn it over to Daniel to go through the appropriations that are proposed.
So this slide is formatted the same as the previous two I talked through and focuses on the public space and streetscape program, again, with the proposed FY22-23 funding. The University Avenue, Southeast Hawthorne Road, Walter Wilson Road, Southwest 4th and 2nd Avenue, 13th Street corridor improvements all have existing funding of $150,000 each, with proposed funding of $100,000 of additional funds in each of FY22 and 23, for a proposed total of $350,000 per corridor improvement. As was mentioned by Sarah just a moment ago, the Northwest 1st Avenue and South Main streetscapes are effectively on our side completed. We do not have any additional GCRA investments for these projects at this time. For next steps, we are going to be doing collaboration with the following project leads: CAPER, City Manager's Office, Mobility, Strategic Initiatives, and they will be instrumental in our being able to successfully implement our work plan. Our next deadline is to take the feedback received today to our meeting with the City Manager to present our proposed FY22-23 budget to City Management during the week of April 19th through the 23rd. That's why we wanted to make sure we got this to you as a board and a city commission, just so you could see basically a preview, so we would be able to talk through it. This slide shows a review of our upcoming fiscal dates. Key dates include May 10th, when the city commissioners will begin their budget workshops. July 13th, setting of the proposed millage rate and budget. September 9th is an adoption of the tentative millage rate and budget. September 23rd will be the final hearing to adopt final millage rates and budgets. October 1st, the new FY22 budget begins. We are looking forward to hearing both the board's and city commission's feedback on the proposed FY22-23 budgets. And if you have any further questions, please feel free to ask.
Thank you, Mr. Bloomberg and Ms. Vidal for that presentation. Ms. Bush?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just one comment related to the budget and thinking about the previous presentation related to the power district and particularly the 8th and Waldo projects. And that is if there's any, intersectionality between the power district and 8th and Waldo, not from the road improvements, which it looked like it was the focus of the budget allocation currently. But it just, kind of occurs to me that kind of with the timeline and the importance of those two potential projects that maybe there should be some thinking around how they relate to one another. And I'm not sure if Collier's scope of work would be, relevant to some of the current conversations around 8th and Waldo. It's not ready, there's still a lot of conversation to be had about 8th and Waldo, but I just want to kind of put it out there for thought to see if there's some need to think about the budget for the broader aspect and also how Power District and 8th and Waldo intersect. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Dixon?
Hi, thank you. I've got two comments. One, I just wanted to say that at least for the board, when this comes back to our advisory board, I would appreciate seeing some slide that puts these expenditures on the same page with the revenue sources and projected revenues. I know we have a limited, finite amount of time and money, and it would just help me to be able to see that in terms of how sort of percentage of expenditure compared to what's projected, and to make sure that we'll be able to fully execute on each one of these projects with the resources that we have projected. So just wanted to ask for that. I also had a question on the infrastructure, the slide with the streets. I know the second and fourth are the only ones I think on that slide that were purely city streets. And just wanted to ask about the one you had up a second ago, the budget one. Yeah. Just wanted to ask if there were thought about other funding sources for those two streets. I know the 350,000 probably won't go very far, given if you look back at the total expenditure on First Avenue over the years of its activity. And second and fourth are much longer, especially if we carry them all the way through east to west, which I think we need to. So I just wanted to make sure again that we're going to be able to deliver whole projects. And I think I'd rather see fewer projects and have one or two of them be really completed in a stellar way, as opposed to throwing smaller amounts of money at multiple corridors. So I just wanted to think about that strategy.
All right, thank you, Ms. Dixon. Okay, I don't see any further questions. I look at this as a budget preview. We've got a lot of budget discussions, coming forward, and especially the month of May, and things will come much more into focus. And I'll also just remind the commission that things potentially could shift one direction or another after our strategic planning retreat that we're having in a couple weeks. I think this is a good look of where our potential is, and then we'll work on finalizing that and sort of bringing a finer point to all of it. over the next couple months for approval in September. Okay, so thank you both for that presentation. Y'all, I am gonna have to log off. I'm unable to focus anymore, so I'm gonna turn the meeting over to Mayor Pro Tem Ariola to finish out. But I want to thank you all for all of your input and patience and just your service to the city on this really important advisory board. You know, I know you put a lot of passion and effort into it, and it means a lot to me. So thank you for all that, and we'll see you all soon.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. All right, I will now hold the gavel, and I will move immediately to the first hand I see up. Madam Clerk, if you would please be prepared to read the next item into the record. Commissioner Cornell, is it to this item?
Is this public comment on what was just presented?
Now is the time, yes.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. I wanted to just make a couple of brief comments. First of all, I agree with the mayor. I think this is a good preliminary look. And from the county commissioner's perspective, this is the first time we've seen those budget numbers kind of allocated out. And so I'm still obviously absorbing it. I want to express that the county commission did send over a letter in support of Commissioner Johnson's point that we support a community-wide grocery store as this funding source for that project. I would love to see what Ms. Dixon mentioned, which is a chart of the inflows and then the projected outflows. When I added up the yellow items, which are the City of Gainesville strategic plan, of the total available of 12.4 million, that number came to about 10 million. I recognize, though, that when you all go off and have a strategic plan, that may change. And so, again, I think this is a good preliminary look. My big question, though, is all of those numbers, when you add them up, amounted to about 28 million. So maybe this is a timing thing, but 12.3 available, 28 million in total seems like a pretty big gap. And to Ms. Dixon's point, I think less that are achievable and in line with my earlier comments that the county commission's 40 million of over 10 years is really focused on trying to reallocate funds, which were going into primarily College Park, into economic development and housing on the eastern part of the city. And so I saw 2.5 million for 8th and Waldo, but I also saw 4 million for College Park. And so hopefully, as you kind of go through your budget discussions and you take the advice of what I think is an incredible advisory board, very, very capable and offers a lot, that you take a hard look at that and make those investments into the public infrastructure on the eastern part of the city. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner. Adam, have we got any public comment?
No, Mr. Chair. No, Mr. Chair, there's nobody on the line at this time. Floor is yours.
Perfect. Mr. Feldman.
I just wanted to make sure everybody understood that there are still money in the various trust funds from the previous CRA that are still restricted to the geographic areas of those 4 districts. So some of the budget that you see allocates those remaining dollars.
So that's not in the 12.4 million?
I don't have the sheet in front of me. I just wanted to point out that we did have several million left in, I believe it's the downtown and the College Park. And
got it. Well, that would explain that point. I thought fund balance was carrying those forward, but perhaps it didn't on that spreadsheet. Thank you, Mr. Manager.
Okay, thank you. Linda Dixon.
I just wanted to pick up on Mr. Feldman's point, and that's what I meant. Maybe it wasn't clear when I said I'd like to see the projected funds by source. I meant, you know, the newer funds and then the funds from the old district structures.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And I did have a question I was going to ask up before the mayor passed the gavel to me, and it's for you, Mr. Feldman. And this sort of pertains to the discussion that we had at the top of the evening. Going through this chart, if you could just describe to both boards how your office goes about deciding which projects are going to be handled by which different entity. Because I did notice that throughout the presentation that there was delineation to each different entity, and for my purposes.
Right. So it depends on the project and where the subject matter expertise may be. So if we're looking at University Avenue, for example, as a corridor and looking at transportation improvements, we have transportation planners and staff that are working on that. And so, for example, transportation mobility is heading up the piece that is related to the recent work that the commission authorized from, I think, 3rd to 21st President's House area on there. So it would be logical that if we were going to be expanding, as the commission asked us to, a little farther east and a little farther west, that they would continue to manage that project. So that's one example. Strategic Initiatives has been the lead on our food area. Transportation Mobility has been dealing with the RTS Mobility Hub. So that's how we make those determinations.
Very well. Thank you. Madam Clerk, if you would please read the next item into the agenda.
Our next item is 200752 Birmingham Crossplex visit, with a recommendation that the boards hear a presentation and discuss.
Okay, presentation time. Who is going to be sharing their screen? Great, we've got a shared screen.
I believe that'll be me, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Armando, you have the floor.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chair. One thing I wanted to talk about, Mr. Chair, what we with the Birmingham Crossplex is putting some fundamentals of what we're talking about in perpetuity, and especially looking at the big picture. Number one is having some facts and figures when it comes to business. Daniel, I'm just going to say next, Daniel, but not on this one to go forward. Right now, Mr. Chair, African Americans as of 2019 are the largest consumers when it comes to spending power of 1.8 trillion. And so the Birmingham Crossplex, are we looking at this as a project? Because right now, what we have historically is we're looking at a community where 8th and Waldo is placed and where the Crossplex is placed. And there's a lot of synergies and similarities to this project, number one. Also, when it comes to looking at equity and inclusion and equitable development, we want to look at that. We want to look at economic impact. Right now, we have what led to this week, Mr. Chair, we had the removal of the fairgrounds, ironically, which caused the start of this discussion, 2011, that was a big discussion of it. And when the county decided to move the fairgrounds to Newberry, that was really what got everything kicked off. And we thought the event center was going to stay placed. The other thing is we've had questions, this is going back to 2017. We've also had some discussions to build public-private partnerships, Mr. Chair, and having this discussion of what we could do. What could we do to have a destination place in the city of Gainesville? And right now, when it comes to having a destination place, when you think of Gainesville, you think of the University of Florida. The city of Gainesville having its own identity and having a destination place is vitally and extremely important. And we want to have our own identity outside of the University of Florida. It's good for tourists, it's good for us, it's good for attracting business. And this is what I would like to say why. So next slide, Daniel. So the Birmingham Crossplex is a combination, Mr. Chair, of the Birmingham Crossplex, which is a 750,000 square foot multi-purpose sports complex. Myself and a member of our public and resident of East Gainesville went up to Birmingham. We were wanting to take a trip as a board. However, with the pandemic, probably not a good idea at the time. And so I decided, I said, I'll go up there and tour it. And so we also had the director, who was Mrs. Faye Oates, was also our tour guide, who also runs the sports and entertainment division for the city of Birmingham. Next, and I'll get to the Bill Harris Arena in a minute. Next slide, please. So the presentation outline is we're going to propose the proposal of having a Birmingham visit, the synergies with Birmingham and East Gainesville. Next slide. So is that what we got to? Discussion? Daniel, is that what we got to?
Armando, that is the fourth slide on this presentation.
Okay, so that's not accurate.
All right, so we have a different slideshow then.
Yeah, I'm not sure where that went to. So Daniel, where did that go awry? I'm not sure. So I'll just go ahead and talk. Go back, Daniel. That's interesting. All right, so number one is what happened, Mr. Chair, is first and foremost, and this I'm not sure where that went awry because we need to have those slides.
Is there a way that we can get the right slideshow if this is?
Yeah, we're not sure who did that. That's just unfortunate. What in the world? I'll just keep going, Mr. Chair, to talk about it.
If you wouldn't mind.
Yes, and Daniel, if we could, or somebody can please get the right one up, that'd be great. So the site of this complex where it occurred at was the site of the Birmingham Fairgrounds, the Alabama State Fairgrounds, which was a segregated fairgrounds in the heart of a predominantly African American community, which is similarly oriented to right around where we have in our east side in East Gainesville. Very similar communities, predominantly African American communities. So that is where, so the city of Birmingham and this community said, what can we do to be inclusive and have something that's equitable to do that? Daniel, if you need something sent, let me know. And the other thing is, we not only had the fairgrounds, but on the place of where the fairgrounds was at, the city of Birmingham wanted to bring something together that actually built a place that has unity and prosperity. So a place of unity and prosperity would be the current iteration of what transformed and transmogrified that a segregated land that kept people divided, a place of hate, a place of exclusivity, to now bringing communities together. So that is the Birmingham Crossplex. So the Birmingham Crossplex right now is a home to hope, prosperity, unity, and pride, Mr. Chair. And there will be a lot of other pictures that were going to go there toward the trip. Not sure what happened again. So also what this.
So I'm sorry for interrupting, Mr. Grundy Gomez, but I can share my screen. I think I have the original presentation you made.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Feldman. I appreciate
it.
it.
So just give me a second to get there.
Sure, no problem.
Intermediate time while that is being done.
I'll keep talking.
You've got the floor. We're just waiting on the right slide so that you have the.
Oh, I was going to be
in front of you. So
okay. All right. Can you all see that?
Yep, we got it.
Okay. So Armando, if you can just tell me which slide you want.
Is that the right one?
It'll work for now. But so this is the segregated fairgrounds where it worked. Thank you, Mr. Feldman. The segregated fairgrounds, what you see was a place of hate. It brought people together with, home and prosperity. So we want to do something like that. We understand what living in the South is like, what we've all lived through. Gainesville was no different than Birmingham on a smaller scale. We had segregation. We had a lot of. Next slide, Mr. Feldman, please. So the idea is, what can we do? So I'm going to kind of fast forward. Is we have a lot of events. Go ahead to the next slide to the Birmingham Crossplex of 3. All right. So the location of the development of fairgrounds is at 5 Points West neighborhood. Again, very similarly oriented communities to our east side. At one point, 5 Points was known as just a shopping city because it was the largest shopping center in the state of Alabama. Many industries closed and a downturn in the economy happened. 5 Points was experiencing a lot of blight and flight. A lot of people leaving the area. again, a lot of similarities. So what happened was city government and administration committed to developing the Alabama State Fairgrounds as an area of economic opportunity. So what did they do? They put together, you had the mayor, the only difference is they're a strong mayor form of government. Their mayor at the time got together with many community leaders and said, this was an idea. This mayor grew up in this neighborhood, grew up in public housing, and had this idea on a napkin, wanted to put it together, and they did. They had the political willpower to follow through. And not only with that, government and administration committed to developing the Alabama State Fairgrounds. So they made it a multi-purpose arena, and includes an indoor track, which was eliminated from high schools that as there was not a facility in the state to host the championships. So what I will tell you, this is how it's inclusive this project is. It allows every public high school in the city of Birmingham to come there and use those facilities at no cost. Now, some people will say that this is the kicker, is it depends on where you want to go with this idea and how you want to go with it, because whenever you're going to start something, you're going to want to start with a certain fervor and idea. When you go forward with the idea, do you want this to be a multi-purpose facility for the community to use? Well, what the city of Birmingham decided, they want to let it be for the school system, for local colleges, and also all for young people to use for sporting events. So not only do they have an indoor track, which is a hydraulic track that is rubberized, and ironically, that rubberized contract is built by an Italian company called Mondo, no pun intended, but they do have that. So local universities also expressed an interest in using the indoor track. They do to this day. Has an Olympic-sized swimming pool that is heated, stays 87 degrees year-round, and it is utilized. So the local schools do not pay to utilize the facility. They don't, but the universities do pay. They do pay, and their events stay busy all year. Next slide. So we're going to talk about some events and financials and staffing. So we'll go to the events. Next slide. All right, so the Birmingham Crossplex opened 11 November 2011. It was just really with 3 venues. Like I said, I told you it's 750,000 square feet. Has a 75,000 square foot arena with 5,000 seats. That is the Bill Harris Arena. It is an 8-lane indoor hydraulic indoor track, 4,000 seats, 7 suites, which they updated to allow businesses to sponsor, et cetera. Olympic size, an auditorium, 10 lanes, 50 meters, 10 lanes, 25 meters, 20 lanes, 25 yards, 1,100 parking spaces that are also available outside the arena. The most important factor when it comes to businesses, especially with an event like this, this is where we won't be competing with the event center that's going to be over near Celebration Point. We're going to have events that are going to be completely different of what the county may be deciding to do. An event center that includes, so in 2016, they had 112 events out of 482 calendar days. Important. So what did you see? Total attendance, 234,770. 2017, 112 events, 462 days. So they're getting more efficient. So 2018 grew to 120 events, 499 calendar days. You had total attendance of 283,500 people. And 2019, and the reason why we left off at 2019 is because the pandemic of 2020 is not going to be a good number that we're going to want to see, right? So you had 116 events, 493 calendar days of total usage, and 289,800 of attendance full-time coming in. So the staff right now, which is the biggest factor, is how you have to staff. 40 full-time staff, includes janitorial laborers, skilled labor, management, accounting, and office management, plus 32 additional staff, which includes local police, Birmingham, local police, security, et cetera, folks that take care of the day-to-day operations or event operations for event staff, which include things of overtime and everything else. There's a lot of things that go into that, and the budgeting, which you all would discuss as a whole. The miscellaneous you would have would be trainers, officials, EMTs, lifeguards, timers, et cetera. Next slide, please. So the financials overall is what's important. So this is just a sliver of what it would take. And this is, again, not on the size or scope of what we would have, because we might necessarily not want to, we're not going to probably be able to do a 750,000 square foot facility, but let's put everything into context. So right now, the financials are the expenses without salaries and overtime, office and supplies around 19,600, 9,000, professional fees, 21,412. You have utilities, your utilities are $687,545,000. So what I will tell you when it comes to that, which is always a large expenditure, and I'm sure Mr. Belarski's like saying, hey, that's great for us at GRU. But the thing is they've also made that facility extremely energy efficient, down to the how it is cooled and heated and the lights and everything else. Very efficient facility to be run the way it's run. Copier rentals, they at 25,055. I'm not going to sit here and read all the numbers. You can look down. The total operating budget, $857,000, $76,000 when it comes to that. And then you had revenue. So the total intake. So this is where people say, well, how is this? It's still operating at a loss. Yes, it is, but it's not taking into account the total economic impact, which is what I'm going to get into. So the total revenue coming in was a little under $500,000. So the economic impact was over 51 million. That is as of 2019. 2020, there was a major impact to that, but locally, even in that neighborhood, it was over 30 million of economic impact. So if we could think about if it was 51 million to the greater area and 30 million centralized to that, let's talk about where the 30 million comes from. So Mr. Chair, the reason where that 30 million comes from, because right next to it, you had a brand new hotel open up. You had Starbucks' National Training Center locate there. You had also many new businesses and entrepreneurs open up businesses. This contributes to the economic impact of Daly. Next slide, please. So we're going to talk about development, transportation, and community. This is where equitable development comes in. We want to talk about equitable development. The Crossplex Village, which is the greater area community. So we're going to talk about development next. Next slide, please. So the acreage is known as the Crossplex Village, which includes multiple businesses, like I just shared earlier, the Comfort Inn and Suites, Walgreens, J Wings, the Starbucks training facility. This is where we're talking about having an impact and grow an economy, not just saying what government's going to do and we're taking away from. We're not. What Birmingham did was not only just contribute and try to solve a problem, they grew the economy. It had an impact. There was like Commissioner Simmons said earlier, we can talk and chew gum at the same time. Yes, we can. You had people opening up local businesses, 3 Daughters and Beauty Supply, the Girls and Boys Club, and Domino's Pizza. Additional businesses in the area that operated and have benefited from the Crossplex Village under construction: Pizza Hut, Captain D's, McDonald's, Subway's, Popeyes, Applebee's. And to Mr. Feldman's point earlier, when he was talking about how important transit was, they have bus rapid transit. Now, we may not, again, let's put this all in context and the scale of what we're looking at. Birmingham, a lot larger city, a lot more populous than Gainesville. So we just want to put it in perspective. What we do know is when we have bus rapid transit or mass transit at all, it has an economic impact positively, not only on home values, but businesses, because people can go to and from their businesses, home, shop, and play. So there's a precursor also there to place in light rail. Once again, mass transit, light rail, massive economic impact to growth, which is extremely important, very vital. Could we do that here? We're a little bit different of a city with different values. So again, everything in context. So the Crossplex Village is a mega stop. It's a destination place, a destination center for that municipality, for that community. And so the community pros and cons, what I was talking about earlier to everyone. Initially, the community felt kind of bamboozled, because this is why it's important for us not only to have a framework, but how we present this is going to be vitally important. It's going to be vitally important because we want to know what direction and how we want to approach it. So in my discussions with many people, including our recent discussion with the superintendent, is how vitally this would have an impact with our local schools, and having everybody as a player, having the school board be a player and utilizing the facility, having county government be our team player, and us as a city. All of us are all in this together. So we need to create ways that are going to be utilize the facility the most effective and efficient way. I will tell you all what's going to be extremely important is how we do our event planning for something like this and who handles the events. because keeping this busy is going to be vitally important. And including, they also have an arena. So ultimately, the community has embraced it, which they have. They love the Crossplex, the events and the athletes and visitors. They have people from all over the country locating there. So if we put this in with respect to 8th and Waldo and how this does, well, look at what we have here. We have Gator Nationals here. We could have trade shows. We could have indoor basketball. We could have a lot of things that we could do here that's as a destination place. We don't have to compete with anybody else, because what keeps getting brought up, Mr. Chair, is like, well, this would compete with the county. Let me give you a prime example of how this won't compete with the county. Next to Birmingham, Alabama is a city, a municipality in another area called Hoover. Some of you may know about Hoover, Alabama from football. Well, they also have what's called the Finley Center. Very similar, but they do something different. So they're not competing against each other, and both are heavily utilized, and both are very successful communities. So what are some challenges that the Crossplex Villages face? Just like everybody else, globally, COVID-19, major impact. Competition, negative perceptions. Those kind of are standalone and what they mean. Next slide, please. So if we zoom in, this is what the Birmingham Crossplex looks like overall. So you see the green space. It has a big roundabout in the center. They focused on making sure we have greenery, green space. You also have in the center, the Crossplex is the tan building that is to the far left, and then you have the arena to the far left, going towards almost the left edge of the building, and then you also have the Natorium that's attached to the facility and the Crossplex there as well. So the Crossplex Village, if you go north of the kind of white tan buildings, you have the Comfort Inn there, and then you have all the other businesses that if you can zoom in, you can look at. So all this property overall is the Crossplex Village, which is a massive village, massive redevelopment project and utilization of all of the state fairgrounds. Very efficient, done very well. Next slide, please. So Q&A for questions and answers, thoughts. We could go into a lot of other things of what we're looking at, but it's going to be vitally important for us to look at a couple of things. Number one, what is it that we want to really do? And this is an idea for us to do. It's not saying we have to, but when people say we can't do anything or we're only talking about conceptualizing, no, we're talking about something tangible, something you can touch, see, and feel, something that can have an impact and change the lives and transmogrify a community. And that is the difference of what we've been trying to say. So for the last 3 years, what we've been up against is just the political will to do it. Normally what happens in our community is we tend to talk about big ideas and go small when it comes to the east side. And it was good to hear our County Commissioner, Mr. Cornell, talk about his commitment in supporting something strong in the east. We need our county government to be big supporters of this. We need all hands on deck to make something effective and meaningful. We need to have multiple revenue streams. We need to have all opportunities to discuss this. But what I'm proposing is that we have something tangible that we can flesh out, not necessarily 750,000 square feet, not necessarily something that is going to be on that scope, but I'm talking about doing something rather than just talking about pie in the sky, something we can tangibly actually do. So with that, Mr. Feldman, thank you very much for that. I appreciate your help. The other thing is these are the events that you see. They host the NCAA District 1 track and field championships. They also do the ZU Senior Games, many volleyball games, swimming competitions. They do track and field, not just track, so track and field. So they got the Pan American Gymnastics Championships in 2021 coming this year, and you can see it from there. So I am open for questions, and hopefully I can answer your questions. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. And thank you for grabbing the right presentation so that we could get our information. I did have a question, but we're first going to go through the board. Michael Palmer.
Hey,
Hey.
yeah, okay. Sorry, can you hear me?
Yeah, go for it.
Okay. I guess one of the things I wanted to address is, or just wanted to first say thanks for going up there and taking this trip. I think, you know, that was really above and beyond, and I really appreciate that presentation. I think there was a lot of really useful information for it, and I think it's something I'm glad to see because we can wrap our head around that as kind of an initiative we can work on within our board. I'm curious as to your opinion on including other things into this project. I don't know if now is the right time for discussion of what we could see up there, but I mean, I think if we start wrapping our head around something like this, I mean, we have to take these first steps. We have to figure out something, and I think this is an awesome aspirational goal. So I'm down. Let's figure out how we make this happen.
I agree with you, Member Palmer, in as much as we should be open and inclusive to all ideas. More hands on deck, the better, whether that be the affinity line or any synergistic project that builds on it. I think the more ideas, the better. We can only build and get greater, right? So I agree with you.
Cool.
Thank you. Adrian Hay Santos, Commissioner Hay Santos.
Thank you, Mayor Patim. Mr. Grundy Gomez, thank you very much. I think there's some good things in here. I'd like to talk to you offline about kind of where we go on things, but I don't know. I think we do have to think big when we're looking at 8th and Waldo and where we go on things. And hopefully it can be a collaborative project between all of our governmental entities. Thank you, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mr. Commissioner.
Thank you. Jason Mitchell, see your hand up.
Thank you. Once again, thank you, Member Gomez, for this presentation. We saw it before at our GCRA board meeting, and I'm glad it was presented here. What I appreciate so much about this presentation is that it not only makes tangible the potential of what can be done in East Gainesville and the fact that it has been done, but the kind of synergy that something like this can develop for other businesses to come in. One of the driving forces of bringing businesses in is income per capita. And so Heartwood is a good piece of that. But as far as like things like the Cornerstone development and Maru, I think we need to be more conscious about community partnerships with these businesses that we bring in and their commitment to seeing things change on the east side. And so as we're talking with potential businesses that can come in as a result of these projects, even the ones that are kind of like anchor business or anchor projects or businesses, we need to seriously try to use whatever incentives we have to leverage community partnerships that see to it that people in the community are getting hired on all spectra of talents and abilities and skill levels and positions. We don't want shell things going on like we've seen in the past with brick and mortar, but there's no economic impact necessarily in the community. And so, Member Gomez, I just want to say thank you again. Appreciate that.
Well, Member Mitchell, just to piggyback on that, the thing that's important to remember is we talk a lot about, especially what we see in our community. You and I both live in East Side, so what we hear a lot about is we talk about things, whether it be, sometimes it's the buzz phrases that we always hear, whether it be, things that are just pockets of poverty, affordable housing. The one great thing about this community is they didn't just talk about those things. They decided to say that a lot of things that we see that doesn't happen, especially in Black communities, why development doesn't happen, implicit bias, literally racism, and just historical notions that are just not true. And what Crossplex brings to fruition is the truth that not only can development happen in an African-American community, it's thriving. The numbers are the numbers. And it's happening in the Deep South. It's happening in a community of color, very similar to where you and I live right now in our district, in our community. And these are the kind of things that it was good for that mayor and that city commission or city council to have those topics, not just talk about them in platitudes, but apply them. And they literally grew an economy and have been changing people's lives. And that community loves that area.
Thank you. I appreciate the discussion and the comments. Is there any public comment on the line, Adam?
Sorry, Mr. Chair, I was trying to toggle the mute button. No, we have nobody on the line at this time. The floor is yours.
Okay, Commissioner Cornell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Armando, love the presentation. You know, as I said in the beginning of the meeting, County Commission is laser focused on the Waldo Road corridor. And so would love to continue to talk about what we can do on that corner. I think at the last joint meeting, I think both boards, I know the County Commission adopted a motion that said if we've got to expand those lines to bring that area into the GCRA boundary, you know, we're for that. So I think you've heard all the county commissioners talk about the importance of that corner. We view that area as really the anchor to the southern part of Waldo Road. The northern part, obviously, Commissioner Simmons has been working on. The county's got the Army Reserve that's now going to be kind of anchoring that economic area. And when they build a $30 million facility, they build small cities around it. So I think that anchor on the north side and the 8th and Waldo Road on the south side, along with what's happening on University and Waldo Road, is really important to this whole community. And, you know, you've got the county commission's support for that. I guess what I would say is if these two boards really buy into this, we're going to need more than 2.5 in that budget. It's not going to be enough, right?
Mr. Chair, Mr. Cornell, I really appreciate, I mean, you've been with us since the beginning on this project, and it is important that we have all hands on deck. We can't do this alone. Mr. Feldman, all of us, none of us can do this alone. It's going to take a community-wide effort. And I mean, people can want to, something that can really transform something. And I appreciate you all's as across the street willing to see this and be open and amenable to it. It really, we could do it. And it's just, again, it's just an idea, but I just wanted to just bring something that we could just touch, see, and feel. And I can't tell you, you see the pictures of the facility, it does not do it justice, Mr. Cornell. When you go up there and see it in person, it is a breathtaking facility. And it would be something major to be able to call this a destination place. You know what I mean?
Interested to figure out how we can link what's going on at Celebration to something that we put on this corner, because they all need to tie together.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. And I have been very generous with allowing cross-talking, but I am looking at the time and the mayor pitched extra innings. I am the closer, so we're going to take Commissioner Ward's comments, and I'm going to bring this to a landing. How about that?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem. I appreciate the opportunity. Thank you, Mr. Grundy Gomez, for going the extra mile and putting this together. I've been hearing about this this area in Birmingham for several years, and I'm glad somebody put some pen to paper with it. My only thought beyond that, we remain committed to wanting to do something special and large around 8th and Waldo, as I've said for years. My comment about this particular facility is there's still an opportunity for the county to do this instead of Celebration Point. And that's just a reality with 270 some thousand people in the metro area. Thinking that they're going to be two is a big thing. Just saying. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Ward. And I appreciate everyone having this discussion and not putting hands up so that we can honor the close here. We're going to go ahead and move to member comments. And I just want to say thank you, Member Grundy Gomez, for taking that trip and for having the presentation for both boards. I want to share for every board member. For me as a commissioner, I welcome the type of initiative that comes with that. And taking the approach to bring these ideas forward. For me, that is a function of the advisory board. There is a lot of ideas that can come forward, and they all need to be sort of shook out in front of the public so that we can have these discussions and talk about their larger impact. We are nearing 10 p.m., so I am going to go ahead and thank all of you for your patience, particularly our staff. Thank you so much for putting those budgets together. Thank you so much to the advisory board. Thank you to Adam. Thank you to Omi, everyone, commissioners. Y'all are wonderful. I consider it an honor that I get to work on these things with you all because like we see with the projects that are getting done now, the work that we do today will be enjoyed by those who come after us. And so that's the responsibility that we carry. and I think we carry it well. So everyone, have a good night. Mr. Pollitt, if you would call your meeting adjourned, I can adjourn mine, and we'll call it a night.
Without objection, the advisory board meeting is adjourned.
Good. As power chair, we are adjourned. Thank you very much. Have a good night, everyone.